So with us in the Zoom today, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell. She served as Deputy Secretary to the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Hall's appointee to the board. Judge Kremers served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. And we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. So those are your board members. Couple things to know about the hearing today before we dive in. First is the hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we will ask you to keep your camera off and yourself muted until it is your turn to speak with the board. That will allow us to focus on the person presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with Zoom, it's not cooperating, don't worry, someone from the team will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot. We can always come back to you if we need to because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn. Otherwise, we will call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meetings notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, that is to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. 2nd, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now in life and how it's different than the time of your offense. And 3rd, finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions for you, we've spent a lot of time with your applications already, and as you know, those are quite thorough. But if we do have questions, we want to make sure that we get to them so the board can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering our questions, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. You do not need to stay to the end. And once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers. He will then make the final decision about rejecting or accepting those applications for pardons. And either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to today's hearing, so thank you for bearing with us while we get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the morning session, which is Jeremiah Voigt. Mr. Voigt?
To unmute. See if it worked.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I have Mandy here, my fiance. She's just helping me due to my blindness. I'm totally in the dark. I have no light perception or nothing. So I apologize if I'm not looking directly into the screen.
Okay. That's okay. We don't have your camera on yet. So if you want to try turning it on before you start, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we can do audio only.
No problem.
Nope, I can figure it out. Hang on. How do I do that?
There we are.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. All right, there you go.
All right. You can see me good and hear me good?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. I guess I want to start off by saying my name is Jeremiah Voigt, as you know, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity to speak today. And considering me for a pardon, I'm very grateful for that. I would like to, before I jump right into the day of the incident, I'd like to just give you a little bit of background of where my life was at the time. In 4/4 of 05, my mom and dad were bringing my nephew home from an overnight stay, and they were rear-ended in and then pushing in oncoming traffic with their vehicle and hit coming the other way. Both my mother and father were killed in that accident. But one good thing is that my nephew did live. So with that said, I'll move on to the day of the crime. I was doing some drinking due to the situation, which obviously you can see it bothers me still today. But so I was in the tavern drinking some beers, and a gentleman had walked in and sat next to me, and we were talking, having a good time. I was buying him some beers, and at this time you could smoke in the bars, and he started smoking cigarettes. And at first, his ashtray was off to his left, and then before he knew it, was between us. And I've never smoked a cigarette, and I do not like the smell of it. So I politely told him to move the ashtray, and I moved it over in front of him. I don't know why, it must have bothered him. So I moved over one chair and started talking to a different group of people. In the meantime, he must have taken a big drag of his cigarette, moved over right next to me. I turned to look at him, he blew it in my face. And I punched Nathan Ratcliffe, what was his name. And the next thing I know, I was being pulled off of him. And I looked down once I was pulled off and stood up. And I just thought to myself, what did I just do? At that time, everybody was yelling at me in the bar. So I exited the bar, left. My fiance picked me up, and it was about a half an hour later. Tony Magna, Mr. Magna, one of the Kaukauna police officers that I know very well, had went muskie fishing with him and spent some time with him. He called me and said, Jeremiah, you don't realize the severity of this. You need to come and turn yourself in. So I came and turned myself in instantly that night, and started to head up my taking blame for what I've done. So I was booked into that night to the county jail. The next day I was arraigned on a felony bond. You think the light switch would have turned on at that moment of what I actually did and what was going on, but it did not. I continued to drink at night times, but in the meantime, I had started a business in 2008. I was doing very well at that. It was very successful. I was employing 6 to 8 people at all times. But for some reason, the pain of everything going on in my life, I continued to drink. And so what I did is I was out drinking, and I got caught out on felony bond drinking alcohol. And I did that 2 or 3 times. When I finally went to court for my felony battery charge, my lawyer and the DA had made a plea bargain, and I was charged with a felony bail jumping, and they had dropped the felony battery charge in the bar. And so I moved on with that. I got sentenced with 2 years probation. I finished that with no problems. I slowed down on the drinking, and I was doing really well. My business was doing very well. I was helping out the community whenever I could. I donated some time to Menasha School baseball fields. I built their dugouts for them for no cost. I also did a pavilion in town of Harrison, a local town here. I poured all the concrete, paid for it, the mace, the block, everything, did the whole project for them, cost free. And I also did concession stands for Kaukauna High School for the soccer field, and also some monetary donations to certain things. So I was doing very good, and for some reason, I started to slip back into the pain of my parents passing and started drinking again, which landed me, as you guys know, you looked at my record. I had gotten a drunk driving, I think in November of 2010, or 2010, or 17.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of 17. I apologize. My fiance helped me with that. I got to drunk driving. But when my light switch turned on and I realized that where my life was and where it was in a bad place, it was October 13th and 17th. I was underneath my vehicle working on it, came down and crushed me, which I had multiple bones broken from the waist down. I had to be resuscitated 3 or more times. And I healed up obviously from that incident other than my eyesight. It left me totally blind and in the dark. So that day, when I woke up from my coma, I was in a coma for about 2.5 weeks. I woke up in the once I took the trach out in the tube and I could speak, I covered it, and I could speak. I leaned over and said to my wife, our fiance, I call her my wife, I've been with her for 18 years. The girls and I are going to get baptized. I don't know why I said that, but I know inside of me, I believed it. I had just instantly had some faith, and I never had before. I want to let you know that what I've done to Mr. Radcliffe was a horrible thing. And I'm very apologetic for it. Every day here on forth, I will try to do right by people, do right by everything in life. The reason I'm seeking a pardon is I missed all my children's field trips because I couldn't go because of that. I had to explain to them at the time. I couldn't explain to them why. I could just say, Dad's too busy or I can't come. Now that they're older and I explain to them the whole situation, they understand. But I don't want to miss that same opportunity with my grandkids.
Thank you, Mr. Voigt. I want to open it up to other questions the board might have for you.
Okay.
Cindy?
Morning, Mr. Voigt. In your application, there's a section that talks about treatment or counseling you may have participated in since your conviction, and you mentioned Bible study and career coaching, but nothing about addressing your alcohol issues. What have you done to address that, and where are you at today with your alcohol use?
Yes, I did take Bible study and I still continue to go to church as much as possible. I think since the accident, the alcohol, abusing the alcohol just ended for me. I had obviously had found the faith and looked back. I had plenty of time in the dark to look back and realize that didn't do me any good in life. I'm not saying, and I'm going to be totally honest with you because I think that's why I'm here. I'm not saying I don't have a occasional cocktail with wife at dinner or with a friend, but I do not let it get out of control, and I will never ever let it get back to where I was that night with Mr. Radcliffe. I have sought some other counseling for talking about my parents passing and dealing with that. So I hope I answered your question.
So, well, let me just follow up. So no specific treatment or for alcohol or substance use issues?
No, I did not. I pretty much after the accident, I cut it out of my life. I didn't do it at all for 2 to 3 years for sure. Just occasionally after that, I had one or a drink here for dinner or something. But yeah, it wasn't where I wanted my life to go, and I don't think I had a problem at the time with it. I'm not gonna say I did not. I did have a problem with it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. But the accident changed me. It gave me a new outlook on life.
Thank you.
Jerry. Oh, you're on mute, Jerry.
Oh.
Mr. Voigt, the judge in Outagamie County who reviewed your applications for a pardon strongly supports your getting a pardon. Now, it'll be up to the governor to decide, but how does the judge support make you feel?
It makes me feel very appreciative and very grateful that he can see that I made a mistake in my past and that I'm looking to move forward in my life, and it humbles me. I'm very emotional about it. It's a great feeling.
But thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Boyd. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, could I just say one last thing? I thank you guys for listening to me today and considering me for a pardon. I promise you, the man that we were talking about is no longer here. I'm a new person, and I'm going to continue to be a new person, and from here on forth. So I appreciate your time, guys.
Mr. Boyd, before you sign off, Myrna, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. I wondered if did you apologize to Mr. Radcliffe at any time?
Yes, I did. Actually, before I even went to court, I had paid for all Mr. Ratcliffe's medical bills and put some money aside because he did have a broken nose. I wrote him an apology letter. The court told me not to contact Mr. Ratcliffe. I've often thought about contacting him, but I don't know how that stands. I would like to talk to him and just tell him where my life was at that time and how truly sorry I am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. White. I think that's all from us then. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next applicant is Michael Barish. Mr. Barish.
I'm trying to figure out how to mute this.
Whoa.
Mr. Barish, I see you're square in the Zoom.
Unmute.
There you go.
Can you see me?
Not yet.
Do I click on those little dots?
We'll try prompting you.
Start my video.
There you go.
Hi. Right. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of this board. And I'm a little nervous about this. It's first time with Zoom, so bear with me, please. The reason why I'm asking, or one of the reasons why I'm here for, is I have 3 felony charges. One of them was party to the crime of theft. When I was 18 years old, a senior in high school, I was amongst a group of friends who were out partying and stuff and drinking and smoking marijuana. And one of them had a bright idea to take steal a Bobcat from a bar that was someone had offered us money for, and I was involved in it, and I take full responsibility of being there, and I wish I would have never been involved with that group of friends, because that was the biggest life-changing event in my entire life. The other one was illegal deer hunting. I had shot a deer the day before deer season. It was a dumb idea. I had served 110 days in this because they had said that I was a felon in possession of a firearm when I had went to the store and purchased the guns and passed the background checks on for these guns. And so I had served 110 days in Huber and paid restitution and did probation and completed all my probation for it and everything. The other one that I was going for is a second offense for 3 grams of marijuana that I had in possession of my vehicle. That was really about it. And so some of the things that I've done since then was I've completed the AODA program. I got involved with the Narcotics Anonymous program, and I've been clean and sober from this since like 15 years now. I actually was so involved with it, I started speaking in meetings and participating in almost all the programs. I started fantasy football league for the NA meetings, and we did the basketball brackets for the March Madness with them. We've attended picnics and stuff and so on. I've graduated from high school with 26 credits when we only needed 22 at the time. So I went above and beyond and taking extra courses instead of for leaving school early on senior year. I went to NWTC and graduated with a vocational degree in cabinet making and home construction. I went further above and beyond and got degrees in basic preparation to welding courses, dwelling contractor course. I moved to Florida for 5 years, and I worked for the courthouse in Pasco County, Florida, and the jail. And then when the recession hit, and my father had a irregular heartbeat at the time, and I moved back to be with him because we got let go because of the recession. The low man on the totem pole got let go in each department. So I moved back from Florida at that time. And at that time, when I moved back, I had purchased a piece of property up north so I could spend some time with my dad. And my dad had cancer, stomach cancer, and he passed away. But I also I worked at the Green Bay Diocese, and I worked. I worked with Bishop Ricken. Did a lot of programs and stuff with the Green Bay Diocese, and right now I'm currently there was no room for advancement for me at the diocese, so I had a job offer for Brown County. I take care of the courthouse right now. I work for the Brown County Sheriff's Department. Take care of the museum. Pretty much all the Brown County buildings in Green Bay. So I'm a lead mechanic for that position. And one of the things that the Brown County Sheriff had to do was take a fingerprint of me. And when they realized that I was a felon in these areas, they limited access to me of where I could be and where I can go for work. And I guess the biggest thing is, as a lead mechanic, I don't want to be able to just say, I can't enter that building or I can't access this area of the building. And that's one of the big reasons why I'm really trying to get a pardon so that I can continue to work in these areas of the area. The other one is,
I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure that we get to other questions. Are you ready
Yes.
if I open it up?
yes.
Fantastic. Questions from the board? Judge Grumers.
Good morning, sir. I thought maybe I misunderstood, but I thought I heard you say that this Bobcat stealing incident happened when you were in high school.
Yes, I was 18 years old in high school, a senior.
Didn't this happen in 1994?
Yes.
And weren't you born in 1974?
Yeah, I held back in school.
Oh.
I held back in third grade.
Okay.
And I graduated in 1994. Yeah.
I see. And then the next crime it wasn't so much you got caught because you shot a deer, but you had 3 guns in your car. You're telling us that you didn't know you weren't supposed to have a gun as a convicted felon?
So what I did is I searched into the CCAP thing and talked to people at the clerk of courts and so on. And it says that it's amended. And when I went into it and searched more into it and stuff, I had a friend who owns a gun shop in Denmark, Wisconsin, that I went there and filled out the background checks. And I passed the background check and purchased guns.
So you didn't know you were convicted of a felony?
No, I thought I was amended.
Amended to what?
amended, so it's reduced. I thought that's what amended meant. And when I talked to other people in the field, the clerk of courts and stuff and everything, they were trying to say that no, that was amended, it was reduced. So I just assumed that it was reduced. I didn't really know.
All right. You were convicted of a battery in 1998. Who was the victim in that?
To be honest with you, I don't really know because I was in a bar in Green Bay, and I walked out the front door, and somebody punched me in the face and broke my nose.
I see. And then in 2011, you were charged with felon in possession of a firearm, but that case was dismissed. What was that case about?
That's the same thing with the deer incident.
Well, it's a different year. It's a year later.
That was probably because they had to drop the case and then reopen it to start it back up. That's the only thing I can think of, but I was never ever convicted of anything else other than that deer incident.
I know you weren't convicted. That's why I was just wondering if it was a totally separate incident, but you're telling me it's
No.
the same incident.
It's the same incident, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Jerry?
Mr. Bursch, you talked about your involvement with NA, and I thought I heard you describe that as something in the past. Are you still active in NA?
Yes, I still am. I'm still, every day I talk to my sponsor, and I'm actively to speak to people all the time through Facebook and Messenger and stuff and so on with my group. And I still attend NA meetings and stuff.
Good. Well, I admired your discussion about creating social activities as part of your NA work. That's really important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, sir. I want to follow up on Judge Kremer's questions about your criminal history. Because, the district attorney opposes your pardon application based on your lengthy criminal history. And frankly, we see a lot of people in their 20s that commit a crime, and if that was the only one you were before us on, but then 36 years old, and it wasn't just you shot a deer one day before deer hunting started, you shot deer from your car while you were in possession of 3 guns as a felon. So a little more context to that crime. Then at you're 38 years old, you've got THC. You have the misdemeanor battery in 98. In 2006, you were convicted in Florida of a misdemeanor violation of game fishing laws. What was that?
There was we would put grass seed out and grow wild grass for baiting for hogs and hunting. That's all that was. It was baiting. It was
Which is not allowed.
Apparently not. I didn't know that it was not allowed because I was new to Florida. And what they call it throw and grow grass seed. It's called. So that's what that was.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Bursch. I think that covers it then. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Demetria Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity as well. My incident was, I think back in like 95, 96 or something. I'm not sure of what year it was, but it was a long time ago. I was involved with someone, and knowing that his family did credit card fraud, and by me being around them, they introduced me to it, and then I did it one time. Once I did it, I got caught and I got arrested and spent the night in jail. And again, that was back then, but I did not have any incidents since then. I've since been married and have 2 daughters, 36 and 26. and I've been on my job for 28 years. I am involved in, like, I don't know if you heard of the International Eastern Star Masons. I've been with that organization for over 35 years. I do a lot of volunteer work, toy drives, feeding the homeless. And I also do the Christmas family feast for the Salvation Army. I do that yearly. And I just been doing a lot since that incident, which I tried to make things better from then to where my future would be much better. And I don't do anything negative to hurt my background. And so that's why this really means a lot to me to get this pardoned. I do take care of my mom. And one reason why I want this to be behind me is because trying to take care of her, I want to join this one organization, which is the IRIS program. And by this being on my background, it's really jeopardizing that. So that would help me out a lot doing that, getting this behind me. And I also, with my time, I did do 2 years of college, radiology tech. And then I also bake cakes on the side, just something to do on the side for extra money. And I'm in the process of me and my sister opening up either a bakery or a banquet hall. And then I also take care of my mom too, like I was saying. I take care of her and take care of her needs and take her where she needs to go because she is elderly and I help out that way. So just not, doing anything negative. Don't want anything to be on my background. Just trying to have a good outcome with my future. So yeah,
Thank
this
you,
will
Johnson.
about a lot. Okay.
Thank you. We'll open up for questions from the board. Cindy?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Johnson. As
Morning.
part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Oh, I didn't know that I was supposed to submit support. I'm sorry.
Well,
I
it's
didn't
part of
know
the
that.
application process, and there's a checklist that includes that in the application about letters of support.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know that part of it. But when I did do the process, they did state that everything was completed. So I didn't know that was not in there.
Well, it's not, as I mentioned, it's not required, but it's encouraged. And it sounds like you're involved in a lot of different activities and family, and you have stable employment. It seems like you could have submitted some, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Barry?
Ms. Johnson, the judge in Waukesha County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. Now, the governor will make the final decision, but how does the judge's support make you feel?
It really makes me feel good because, again, I have not been in any trouble since that one incident. And that's the way I want to keep it going forward. So it really means a lot to me that the judge does support me in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you too. Bye now.
All right, our next applicant is Miss Lind or Lindy.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
That's okay. We can hear you. And there we go. We can see you.
Okay. You just want me to answer those three?
Yeah, if you can spend about 3 minutes on that, and we'll see if we have other questions for you.
Okay. Well, hello. Thank you for allowing this today. when I was 20 years old, I needed help for my addiction. I didn't have insurance and I didn't have anywhere to go. There was not a lot of resources in the area at the time. So I went around doing reckless, illegal things. I had tried to overdose a few times and it didn't work. I used credit cards and checks that did not belong to me. I went into a house and took a change jar. And I ended up going to jail to detox and then went to rehab. And what else did I do? Oh yeah, and then intensive outpatient for 4 months after that. And I have been sober since August 21st of 2011. Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I get nervous. Okay. Okay. And what was it? All right. And then so it's and I was sentenced in July 16th of 2009. And prior July 1st, 2009, the Wisconsin's statute was amended to, it was Wisconsin 973.015 that provides expungement eligibility for persons under 25. And I don't know if my attorney or the judge just didn't know about that at the time because it was 2 weeks old. So that is why I am applying for a pardon. Since I've been convicted, I moved away to Milwaukee for 2 years to attend cosmetology school with just my dog. And then I moved back so I could take care of my niece. I became her legal guardian when my brother was away on orders. And then I ended up getting pregnant and having a kid, which I was told was very unlikely after I was diagnosed with cancer in 2010. And I volunteer coaching for sports in the area for my kid. She plays softball. I got a job working full-time on machines in July. I completed majority of the paralegal program at Madison College. I just was unable to secure an internship. I don't know if the felonies had something to do with it because I passed all the mock interviews and they all said they would hire me. But then when I actually went and did them, it did not work out. I know I'm missing things.
That's okay, Ms. Lund. We can just open it up to questions. See if board members are curious about anything else. Judge Kremers.
Good morning, Ms. Lindy.
Hi.
I have a few questions. It looks like most, if not all of the 5 felonies that you got related to you essentially stealing from family members. Is that right?
Yep.
But I also have in here that in 2005, you were convicted of a battery.
Yep.
Just wait, the 2007, a disorderly conduct, and 2007, another disorderly conduct. What was going on there?
That's like when I was starting to get into drugs because I had my wisdom teeth pulled when I was 16 and I got on opiates and after they gave them to me, and that's kind of when everything started going downhill. Right.
In 2008, there was an harassment injunction against you for 4 years. Who was the petitioner in that?
Jamie Ziegler.
Was he a friend?
Yeah, I've known him my entire life, and it was some weird love triangle with somebody that I was using drugs with, and he was obsessed with this guy, and it was very bizarre.
Right. And then after all of this happened in July of 2009, after you got sentenced, then it looks like in 2011, you were convicted for resisting or obstructing an officer.
Yep.
What happened there?
So I had relapsed after I had surgery for my cancer because I was given opiates again. And I was back using again. So that's when I ended up going to the ARC house after that. So I believe that, yeah, I was just, my agent wasn't in the office that day and someone else was filling in for him and she came and arrested me.
Okay, and
I didn't,
what happened to your probation? Was it revoked?
nope, no. I
Okay,
completed all 8 years and paid my restitution.
okay, thank you.
Cindy.
Yeah, just, I'm gonna follow up with Judge Grumers again. So the 2011 misdemeanor resisting occurred before your sobriety date of August 21st?
Yes,
Okay. So two things. Congratulations on your sobriety.
thank you.
And secondly, you had great letters of support from your parents and your grandparents. What did those mean to you today?
Very good. I mean, I'm very close with my family now and it's great. My mom she just got finished with breast cancer treatment and then I just found out that I have the same hereditary liver disease that my dad and grandma both have. So, and that's been making my dad very sick and just glad I don't drink because that would have been made it way worse.
Yeah, good for you. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Lind. Appreciate your time and hope you
Thank you
enjoy the
so
rest of your
much.
day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rebecca Viz. Ms. Viz.
Viz, yeah, you got it right. Okay, I'm prepared to statement because I'm super nervous. So I'm seeking a pardon on 4 charges that took place in Dodge and Fond du Lac counties in 2013, 2 misappropriation of ID to obtain money, and 2 forgery and uttering charges. While all the charges are separate, they stem from the same type of incident, my attempt to get money for drugs to support my addiction. In doing so, I stole from the ones that loved me most, my family and my boyfriend at the time's family. Although I have accepted my past and moved forward from it by repairing the relationship with my family and paying my restitution, these charges still affect me deeply today. My sentences didn't go perfect and they don't look great on paper. I was revoked on all of my charges and I did not complete probation. Instead, I spent time in both Fond du Lac and Dodge County Jail. While this isn't ideal, this is what I needed to motivate me to get on the right path. Being revoked separated me from my newborn daughter, a pain I would wish on no one. But it was this pain that I took and used to push me forward. I knew that I never wanted to lose her again or be separated from her. While incarcerated, I did everything I could to get my life together. I worked in the jail, washing cars, tending the garden, and picking up brass. Eventually, through Huber, I got a job at a local pizza factory. This allowed me to save money while I was incarcerated, and I was able to get out early on the bracelet and move to my own apartment. It was during this time that me and my mother transitioned my daughter, Clara, back into my care. Finally, I was able to be the mother that Clara deserved. I worked full-time, eventually reinstating my CNA license. I went back to college. I earned an associate's degree and a bachelor's degree in psychology. I volunteered for the community in many ways, including becoming a smart recovery leader. I worked on my mental health and my spirituality, becoming a more well-rounded human. I worked a few different jobs, including running a sober living facility, and eventually I was asked to return to Marion to be the support specialist for the Working Families Grant. I worked part-time and then was promoted to full-time. This came with the benefit of tuition remittance, and as of August of this year, I started at Lakeland University to get my master's in clinical mental health counseling. I continued to develop spiritually and earned my Reiki Level 2 certificate as well. I currently volunteer at the Tiny House Village in Oshkosh, providing yoga and Reiki special events to those that live there, and the Morgan Matthew Foundation. I am stable and healthy. I will be sober 11 years in February, and there's just one thing holding me back: my felonies. A pardon from them means more opportunities for internships during my master's degree, better chances of being licensed, and more opportunities for my future career as a licensed practical counselor and substance abuse counselor. And the most important thing, getting a pardon will allow me to go on field trips with my daughter and volunteer at her school, something I've always wanted to do as a mother.
Thank you, Ms. Viz. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning. That's quite a speed statement. So I'm
a little nervous.
It's a difficult forum to do this in. So thank you for that. You had terrific letters of support from all your victims, really, because they were all family members. So how does that make you feel about that, and what's your relationship with your daughter today as well?
the letters of support, it was really amazing to hear, especially from my father and my sister, because I've become really close to them after I got sober and everything. And being able to be a mother for my daughter after losing her once, I don't have words for it. It's an honor. It's a blessing. She is, my light. She is the biggest pain in my butt, but I love her to death. And, she's a great kid. It's actually her birthday tomorrow. So it's really exciting.
Well, happy birthday. Thank you.
Any other questions? Judge Gravers.
So I know you got revoked in 2015, and then you've finished your sentence, I guess, in 2016. Do I have that right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, so obviously you weren't doing well on probation because you got revoked.
Right.
What do you think caused you to make the change that you've made in your life?
That revocation and being separated from my daughter, that moment, knowing that pain, knowing the huge responsibility I had over this life and that I could potentially use it, that was my main motivating factor that really got me going. Now I am, recovered from me first and foremost, and everybody else is kind of secondary, but that pain is really what pushed me forward to be a better person.
Thank you.
Jerry.
Are you still working at Marion?
Yes, yeah, I am. And that's how I'm in college now or in grad school to get my master's degree. And because of my work at Marion, I'm able to go for free, which is absolutely incredible. So it's been an amazing experience, and I can give back. And
But you can go for free at Lakeland?
yeah, so it's a tuition remittance program, and it's all of the colleges that are in this group of private colleges. So yeah, I could go to a different college.
Great. Okay, that's good for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Biz. Appreciate your time with the board today, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Shunray Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson, do we have you in the Zoom?
Let's see him.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I'm here. I was having difficulties with the Zoom app here on the phone. So
Sounds good. Well, we'll turn it over to you.
okay, I did write a statement to make this easier so I don't ramble on. I am ADHD, so sometimes I talk around myself. So hello, as you all currently know, my name is Shunray Lawson. First, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity and having me here to express my character. On August 25th, 2013, I was arrested for attempting to flee, elude an officer by vehicle, a felony offense. On December 18th, 2013, I was convicted of that offense. My sentence was 30 days imposed or stayed and 2 years probation with conditions, which include paying all court fees and fines, attending all classes, obtaining valid driver's license, etc. In my pardon application, I explained details relating to the incident, why I committed the crime, and details about expungement that was granted. To respect the time, I'd personally like to answer any questions you might have for me in regards, if that is okay. Since the conviction, I have remained mostly working 2 jobs, one in sheet metal fabrication, the other part-time security. My spare time would consist of personal projects like building and creating things and or fixing things. I've always been a jack of all trades, master of none. I wouldn't quite say that I've gotten into any community work or volunteer work. However, I would consider the part-time security work as being part of helping the community. There was quite a few times I was thanked by the public for playing a role as security officer. And honestly, to this day, I still get thanked. In Kenosha County, I would also say I helped put true criminals behind bars by being diligent and quick with response to getting important information to police officers during the shooting that took place right outside of the establishment I worked security for. Eventually, I would apply for Kenosha, Wisconsin, Zion, Illinois, and Waukegan, Illinois police departments. Seeing as I've always had a heart for helping others and trying to find a true purpose, I chose to get into law enforcement. It meant a lot to me finding out my friends and family supported me in my decision. Those new dreams, however, would fall a bit short, becoming real when I learned I was still a convicted felon. Which brings me to my first reason why I would like a pardon granted. The second reason is to have my rights restored, to bear arms, to have a chance to protect myself and the people I call family, if ever needed. The third is to not have the stereotype it carries to define my character. And lastly, a granted pardon would help me in supporting and having information in the process for success for others who may have made mistakes in the past as well. Throughout this process, I've already been able to explain the differences of expungement versus pardon and some of the processes to friends, family, coworkers who are in need and or curious. So once again, thank you for your time, and I will be ready to answer any questions you might have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Before I open up to questions from the board, I just want to comment, one of the reasons you listed in your application for seeking a pardon was to vote. And we hear that not infrequently from applicants. So I just want to clarify for you and anyone else who might be watching on Wisconsin Eye that generally in Wisconsin, you are eligible to vote as a convicted felon once you are off paper, once you've completed your sentence and probation. So if that is something that you're still curious about, I would encourage you to look into that because that's likely available to you regardless of the outcome of today's hearing.
Okay.
With that, I'll open it up to questions from the board.
So I'm gonna push back on one thing. He's living in Nevada right now, so I don't know what the rules are in Nevada about convicted
That is
felon
true.
voting. So
Thank you, Judge Kremers. That's Wisconsin specific that I was
yeah,
referencing.
so
you should
Mr.
look
Lawson,
into-
you should check with your Nevada authorities if that's where you're going to vote. But I had a different question. You've worked in security, so, and obviously you've had the benefit now of time to be able to look back. So looking back to what you did in this case, tempered by your experience as a security officer, what do you think about your actions in this fleeing where you were going 100 miles an hour? And only, if I understand correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you only got caught at that time because you ran out of gas.
Right. Yeah. So long night. Yeah, I was out with some friends and we were, I had a little to drink. I got into an altercation with some other patrons of the bar. That was actually started by all of them. I think, under the influence of alcohol and being younger and, having other bad influences in life, sometimes you just don't think about what you're doing at that time, that time and moment. When you kind of get hemmed up in the law and fines and jail, I think some of us who actually, have a chance to change will understand, how annoying that can be and, change into conformity and making better decisions. I think to this day, how a lot of that could have gone worse than what I got. So I think I got the lucky end of it.
Thank you.
Other questions, Jerry?
Mr. Lawson, you have an expressed desire to work in law enforcement. And I just want to follow up with Judge Kremers that to call this eluding charge annoying, you put an awful lot of people at risk. Other people on the road and the law enforcement officers that were engaged in trying to get you to stop. But there's nothing, not a word in your application to acknowledge the risk you put other people in. And I find that very surprising, considering that you want to be in law enforcement. What do you have to say about that?
Well, to be honest, I have always had I've always had like a hard way of expressing emotion. And again, when I was younger, I guess, I thought I was invincible. As I got older, I do understand. I guess I don't know how to express it the best way. I think maybe I show that more in the little things that I do and the love and, the security and such. I truly understand where those actions could have led. I made a mistake. And would I do that again? No, never. When I see people doing dumb things on the road, sometimes I wish I could follow them and call them in. So, it was very dumb. It really was. I followed off of influences and it's something that I wish I would never done.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Lawson. I appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
You as well, thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Javon Norrington. Mr. Norrington.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet. There you are.
Oh, should I start?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. First, I'd like to thank you guys for having me and giving me this opportunity. My crimes were burglary to dwelling, where I broke into an establishment for money. The second one was I received some stolen property from a guy for money also. Since I've been out, my first goal was to get my license. I knew it would help to get a better job or pertain a better job. I think I started off at 675, worked my way up to a different job, and I kept going. I still wasn't where I wanted to be far as money wise, so I went back to school for pharmacy. Completed that. That wasn't what I wanted to do, so I ended up joining Big Step for electrician, carpentry, and then end up getting a job with a company, real estate company. Did that for a while. I didn't like it, didn't feel I was getting paid what I was worth. So earlier this year, I started my own business. And that's where I don't know if you guys received my letters. So that's where my letters come in at. And the reason I'm seeking a pardon is because I think it's more just you earn it. It may help me further things I want to do in life, but I think that's something more that you earn. So I don't know if it's something that I've done. I think I followed everything as I should have. I've been a model citizen. I don't do too much in the community because I'm more focused on business right now. And I always have been because I just, the dead end jobs I couldn't do. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Norrington. Before I open up for other questions, I just want to follow up on one thing you said. You mentioned letters of support. Is it your understanding that folks submitted those on your behalf or you sent them in?
I sent them in through the email. I didn't know how, so I emailed them to you guys from where you emailed me the information.
Okay.
So I sent them through the email.
Okay, we'll check for those. We don't have them in your file, but we'll pull those from the email and make sure the board sees them.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Judge Grumers.
Good morning, sir. You were revoked on probation in 2008. Can you tell me why you were revoked?
I believe at the time, my PO was switched. And the previous PO knew that I had an issue with my kid's mom. So the lady called in one day, told the people that I kicked her door in and I broke her phone. And that's what got me revoked.
And that was in 2008, around 2008?
I think so. They revoked me for about a year for that.
Okay.
I couldn't prove that I didn't break a phone other than the picture that they showed me and the phone wasn't broken. So I don't know how I got revocated and their proof didn't show what was said in the report. So, I don't know how that stuff works.
Okay. So that leads me to my other questions. It looks like in 1999, you were convicted of disorderly conduct. And then also in 99, a bail jumping that you were convicted of, where there was also a battery charge that was dismissed. And then also in 2002, there was a criminal trespass to dwelling where you were convicted. So did those cases involve the mother of your child as well?
I don't remember, may have, because she has called the police. I've been called on the police by her several times. And because I didn't have money, I sat in jail for whatever the amount of time it was, and they just charged me with time served.
Okay, so those were all sort of domestic violence related cases that I listed?
I'm not sure. I don't remember. I really don't remember, but I do know one or two of those were with her where she called the police and said, this is the same incident with the 2008 case where I was revocated, the same female.
Okay. And then it also says that at the time you were discharged, you still owed $2,473 in restitution. Did you ever pay that?
No, I wasn't never told that. I signed a I went into the office and signed a waiver. They never told me anything.
Okay, but you know you were ordered to pay restitution at the time you were convicted of the underlying burglary case.
Yeah, I don't honestly, I don't remember.
Okay.
I didn't think anything of it when I went to sign the paperwork. I thought everything was good. Because they were taking money from me from prison.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Other questions, Jerry?
Mr. Norrington, the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. Judge Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the support from the DA's office make you feel?
And did you say, what was the DA's name?
No, it's the DA's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application.
It's shocking, and I'm thankful that they took the time to do it. You know, I mean, okay. I wouldn't expect it, but I mean, I appreciate it.
Good. Okay. Thanks.
Eric.
Morning. Just wanted to clarify something from your written application. You mentioned having a goal to become a probation or parole officer. Is that still a current goal, or has that changed?
I've thought about it recently because I have a friend who works for the county now, and she was telling me about new benefits and, you know, the overtime that they're giving guys and the amount of money you make. I mean, that's a possibility now because after hearing like things that you can receive from the, you know, the government for working with them, yeah, I might think about going back into that.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Norrington, just one for me. I saw that you had a charge from, I think, 2015 for felon in possession of a firearm. It looks like it was dismissed. You weren't convicted, but
no, not me. I've never had a gun ever in my possession, ever.
Do you recall being arrested and those charges dropped later?
I don't even like guns. I've never had a gun ever in my possession.
Okay. Well, I think that answers my question, which is just, do you currently own guns? And sounds like no.
No, I don't own a gun. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. You said that. I've never been charged with a gun ever. I haven't even been to jail. The last time I was in was for me going back for the revocation. I've never been arrested ever since.
Okay. If possible, it's a birth date issue or something like that, but thank you for clarifying that you do not own any firearms. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Norrington. I think that's everything from us then, and hope you enjoy your weekend.
How can I look that up to make sure someone's not using my name?
It comes up in your background check, so you would have to work with the Department of Justice on that.
Okay, so that's who I would get in contact with, the Department of Justice?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, because no, that's not me.
Understood. Okay, thank you, Mr. Norrington.
All right.
Okay, our next applicant is Brandon Hosnick. Mr. Hosnick?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. We can't see you quite yet. There we go.
Okay, is that better?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. So I'm a little bit nervous. In 2012, I was charged with felony burglary party to a crime. I would like to say that the crime actually happened in 2010 when I was 16, but they waited until I was 19 to be charged. I served 150 days, 3 years probation, completed everything. Well, after all that, I went back to school for my CDLs and became a truck driver. Um, since then, I've been driving truck, and that's about it. The reason why I'm seeking a pardon is I want to be able to own and possess a firearm and travel into Canada. Um, before my conviction, I was working with a recruiter to join the United States Marine Corps. And I was an active hunter. I completed hunter safety when I was a kid. That's all I really got.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hosnick. Questions from the board? Eric?
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I have two questions for you. The first is about the offense itself. Did you know at the time any of the money that was taken, like what it was for, what it was from, or was it just this is money that was seen and you ended up getting it?
I actually had no idea that the person that I was with was going to be taking money. He informed me that he was there to pick up his sister. And me being me, I walked in after him. And as I was walking in, he was coming out of what looked like an office area. And we ended up leaving, but I didn't find out about the money until he called me 2 days later and told me that he bought a car. And I'm like, you don't have a job. So I had no idea that he was there to steal money.
Okay. My other question, this is your second time before this board. What is different about your life or about your request for a pardon this time around?
I mean, I don't know how to really answer that. The only difference is, I mean, I'm 32 years old. I have my whole life ahead of me yet. I'm looking at possibly going back to school for like criminal justice and possibly trying to get into like armed security guard, like Delta Force or something, and go on from there.
All right. Appreciate your responses.
Other questions? Cindy?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. You said, they committed the crime when you were 16 and they waited until you were 18. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the facts are you and this other person did the first school theft and that burglary, and then that person who was with you on the first one did another one at the same school later. And when they found him for that, they asked him who was with him on the first one. And so the facts didn't come out to the police until 2 years later. Is that your understanding of it?
So from my understanding is there was just the one incident at the high school. I know that there was 2 other times where him and another person went into the school, but I was not involved in those other incidents. I was only involved in the first incident.
Right. No, I know that, but it was when they were caught on this next incidents that he told you were with him on the first.
Yep.
That was the delay in 2 years for you being charged with that crime.
Okay.
That's all. I just want to clarify that. People didn't purposely sit on it and wait for you to become an adult. They didn't know it was you until the second and third crimes were committed that you weren't involved in, but then they pointed out you were with them on the first one.
Okay, yeah, I was not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Jerry?
Ms. Hosnick, you have a unsatisfied money judgment in Brown County for almost $11,000. What's that all about?
So that was for, I'd say I bought a ATV and I ended up going delinquent on it. It wasn't until I think it was like a year or two ago that I filed bankruptcy on it. So I know that's still out there, but I haven't. No one's called me on it or if
Okay,
it's even resolved. But yeah, I ended up filing Chapter 7 bankruptcy on that.
okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Honzik. Appreciate your time with the board this afternoon or this morning, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jason Harwood. Mr. Harwood. Mr. Harwood, I see you in the Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We cannot yet see you.
You can't see me?
No.
Hold on a second. How about
There.
now?
Perfect.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Harwood. I'm here today in regards to request asking for my pardon on my felony of April of 97. I was in jail on unrecalled charge. However, I do recall being out on a job search release to find employment, as well as having been out on release longer than I was allowed, resulting in my having turned myself in, being cooperative while surrendering myself. I ended up 18 months in prison, which was I was a Class D felony. Escape. And then following my prison release, I was put on probation, case completed. Not proud of what I did, but taking accountability for my past choices and mistakes. I do have a misdemeanor A from 05 for retail theft, a misdemeanor A from 07 for disorderly conduct that was modified to a domestic abuse, and a misdemeanor U in 2012 for obtaining DNR approval while court revocated. Since my 2012 misdemeanor, I've been a model citizen with having made better choices, resulting in no other crimes having been committed, along with having had gained employment through the years with different employers up until 2019, when I was approved disability due to medical reasons. Through the years, with the assistance of my wife, I've made better choices. It unfortunately took a couple wrong choices on my behalf to have finally see the bigger picture. I strongly believe I feel I'm not to point that I've got the foresight to avoid future wrong choices and risk losing anything else. My freedom being number one, with having been a model citizen since 2012 and continuing. I strongly feel my pardon should be granted on top of being an avid preferred gun hunter, the love to travel, and being able to legally be in possession of firearms. And
Thank you, Mr. Harwood. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Questions for Mr. Harwood. Judge Cremers.
So, sir, good morning, sir. You're serving a jail sentence for a battery when you didn't come back after you went out on this job search. Who was, not the name, but what was your relationship with the person who was the victim in the battery?
That would have been my wife at the time.
Okay. And then you had in 2010, you had a domestic abuse restraining order issued against you. Was the petitioner in that injunction also your then wife, or was it somebody else?
No, that would have been my wife at the time.
Okay.
And
then you had I think that was the last one. You were extended on probation a number of times. Why was your probation extended?
Honestly, I don't remember unless it was something to do with my court costs and restitution.
Did you ever pay that?
Yep, everything's been completed and paid.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I did have one other question. There's a picture in your Facebook post of you, it looks like you're, they look like hunting pictures, including one where there's a firearm in the picture. It's two people in the picture, you and looks like a woman. And the woman is holding the rifle. Do you know anything about that?
I'd have to see that picture again.
Well, were you ever out hunting with your?
I haven't been out gun hunting since I've been a felon.
Well, the picture says it was 2014.
2014. Like I said, I'd have to see that again, to be honest with you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Cindy?
Morning, Mr. Harwood. Two questions. Are you currently employed?
No, I'm on disability with my heart condition.
Okay. And you have been since 2019?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. As part of the application process, it's not required, but people are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
I don't have no reason, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Jerry?
Mr. Harwood, the district attorney's office in Barron County reviewed your application for a pardon and they support it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support from the DA make you feel?
Makes me feel really, really good that they're giving me this second chance.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Harwood. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Renetta Jaggers. Ms. Jaggers? Ms. Jaggers, it looked like you were off mute for a second, but now we cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Renetta Jaggers. I am 51 years old. Thank you for the opportunity first to present my case. I'm truly sorry for what I've done. I committed a crime at about 30 years old, so I can't say I was young and didn't know what I was doing. I totally knew what I was doing at the time. I was going through some things in life. My money was low. I got charged with misappropriate use of ID. I obtained cash. Well, I didn't obtain cash, but I used somebody's credit card basically. So I have been a hairstylist for the last 30 years. At the time, I was working at Great Clips out in Mequon. A client came in, got her hair cut, and left her credit card. I proceeded to take her credit card. At the time, I was late on rent. I had kids going back to school, my two boys, and I needed groceries. So I took her credit card, went to Syndex, bought groceries, went to Famous Footwear, bought my kids and myself some shoes. And I spent about $500 of the lady's credit card, which I'm so sorry that I did that. I didn't know at the time that, maybe she could have been going through things. So I was, sorry about that. I was being selfish and not thinking of others. So I did have to get an attorney. Well, I got an attorney. I was sentenced to 1.5 years of probation. I ended up getting off probation within 1 year due to good time, and she thought I was able to get off. So I got off of probation. I had a apology letter sent off through my attorney to apologize to the lady who credit card that I took. So after the sentencing, I had to do community service as well. So I did community service. I did a lot of free haircuts for kids for back to school. I also did a soup kitchen at our church. Prior to that, I can't even hold this back. I ended up getting a DUI. I was going through some things. I had 2 kids that died at 6 weeks and 3 months of sudden infant death. So I was going through things with that. I had some drinks and got a DUI that night. But since then, I haven't been drinking. I took classes at MATC to learn about DUIs and the way they hurt people and others. And I would never, ever do that again. I'm so sorry that I even got behind the wheel after drinks, but that was something else that I did after my sentencing. Since then, I have went back to school. I got my manager's license. I also became a instructor at Empire Beauty School. I moved on from that. From COVID, they wanted us to teach via online because they didn't want the students coming in, and that was something I couldn't get with. So I went into the health field. I worked at Progressive Community Health Center, and then I was working with Aurora Advocates so that was 6 years as well. I opened up a business myself. As you can see, the memorials in the background. I make memorials for grave sites. I also got baptized October the 26th. I gave my heart to God. So I'm truly not that type of person anymore. I'm really sorry for what I've done. In the meantime, I've tried to open up a daycare center. I've taken care of my son. He got shot in the chest some years back, so I've been taking care of him. I took care of my my godmother. She has cancer, so I'm currently taking care of him. So I was thinking about trying to open up some type of group home just for my son so they can get on the right path and have generational wealth for them as well. They need to kind of get guided in a direction, or we were looking at trying to do a transportation company. And this has been prohibiting me from moving up in my life. I'm a single parent. I feel like I want to protect myself sometimes. I've been hit in the head one time coming out of my home with my kids, going to work, from a neighbor that said I was, my kids were too loud above her. She was downstairs. I want to do a nonprofit. I want to cut a nonprofit for homeless men to get their haircuts. It's a lot of things I want to do that's preventing me from moving up in the world. Also medical wise, I got real close to a couple doctors, being in the medical field. So I've been wanting to move up and take classes with that. So it's a lot of things that I want to do. Why should I be granted a pardon? Because I feel like I'm not that person anymore. I have God on my side. I have a strong family that's rooting for me, behind me, a good support system. Whenever I need to talk, I go to my members at church and talk. I pray a lot, and I feel like I am a good citizen now, and
Thank you, Ms.
and
I want to
okay.
open it up to the board for questions, if that's all right with you. Okay. Board
Yes.
members. Any questions for Ms. Jaggers? Okay, I believe you covered everything. So thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay, and we will get started with our 10 o'clock session right at 10. So we'll keep the Zoom live, but we'll take a quick break to stay compliant with open meetings notices. So board members, just please turn your camera off and mute yourself because we'll keep the Zoom live. Good morning, everyone. We will get started with our second morning session just shortly. And I give my board members a moment to join me back in the Zoom here, and then we will get started. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a little bit of housekeeping about how the hearing will run, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today in the Zoom, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is A.G. Call's nominee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the deputy secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle, and served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And we have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. And finally, we have board member Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin. So with that, we'll go through just a little bit of housekeeping and get started hearing from all of you. Please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to mute yourself and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board so we can focus on the person presenting. If you do run into any IT issues, don't worry. Someone from the team will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot. If we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we will call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meetings notice, and each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, where you're at now and how your life is different. And third, finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions, keep in mind we've spent a lot of time with your application materials, and as you know, those are very thorough. Once the board is done asking you any follow-up questions we may have, though, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. You do not need to stay till the end. Once everyone is heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers. He will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month or 2 from today. So we thank you for your patience so we can get those thorough recommendations to the governor. And with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the second morning block, which is Gregory Hinkford.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you all for meeting with me today. My name is Greg Hinkforth. In 2002, I was convicted of fleeing, attempting to elude an officer. I had spent the night at Summerfest. I had taken my motorcycle with my friends. After I left, a sheriff's deputy attempted to pull me over. I made the split decision to just run, which I did. Worst decision of my life. They had my license plate, came to my house, turned myself in. I was sentenced to 10 months house correction. I did my time and just tried to put it behind me. At the time, I was working towards a career in the fire service. I was working for a private ambulance service as an EMT. I was in school at MATC for my fire science degree. After my conviction, I figured it'd be a long shot to get hired by the fire department, but I decided to finish my degree off and keep trying. Continued working as an EMT. I went to school to achieve advanced EMT, which is I can give more medications, do more procedures. In 2008, 2009, I went through Milwaukee Fire Department's hiring process. Scored extremely high. I was processed to be in the first class off that hiring list. I went through the whole process and I failed the background check. I appealed their decision to the Fire and Police Commission, went in front of the Fire Police Commission, and they upheld their decision to not hire me. At that point, I looked to what else would I like to do. I work for a private ambulance service, but it's always been like a stepping stone. Usually, employees come in and get jobs on fire departments, police departments, become nurses. I've worked with several people that became doctors. So it's kind of a stepping stone job. So it's kind of lower pay. So I decided to look elsewhere. Decided I love math. I'd go to school for finance, went to UWM, received a bachelor's degree in finance. And since then I attempted to get a job in finance, and I've had difficulty. One specific job, it was to the point where they were showing me where my workstation was going to be and everything. All I had to do was my background check, submitted all my paperwork, and then there was silence for a couple of weeks. I contacted them. They said, "Oh, you didn't pass your background check," and that was it. I've applied for state of Wisconsin jobs, Milwaukee County jobs, private sector jobs, with no luck. So I've continued working as an EMT. It's been since 2001, so 24 years. Still like what I do, just relatively low pay. Also, since then I've become a family man. I have 3 children. And I'm seeking the pardon to help me in my job search to find a job in finance. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hickforth. Questions from the board? Jerry?
A couple of questions. The district attorney's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support from the DA's office make you feel?
The short answer is it feels great. I just found out last Friday that was the case. I work 24-hour shifts, so I put my kids to bed one day and I don't typically see them until 2 days later because of my schedule. So I like to FaceTime. So last Friday I was at work. I was FaceTiming with my kids to put them to bed. And then my fiance told me, "You have a letter from the DA's office." I said, "Well, open it up and see what it says." And she read it and we got emotional. And the feeling I described was I just had this sudden urge to embrace my family and hold my family. But to know that someone that's unbiased took a look at the packet I submitted and agrees with me and supports me, it feels great.
Good. All right. And one other question. You have great letters about your work as an EMT, and you must have. I was surprised that there was nothing in your application about the number of people you put at risk by your eluding. And why didn't you recognize that?
I do recognize that. I'd have to see. It's been a couple years since I wrote that, exactly how I wrote it, but I've thought about that many times. I feel blessed that no one was hurt, and that I didn't hurt myself as well. So I do think about that.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hickforth. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next applicant is Andre Davis. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, I see you in the Zoom. If you're able to unmute yourself and come on camera, we're ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can't see you. Are you able to turn on your camera? We'll try prompting you.
You see me now?
We cannot, and I think your audio is cutting in and out a little bit. I'll tell you what, Mr. Davis, we'll have someone. Oh,
You see me now?
we can. I think your Wi-Fi is maybe just a little weak, but we're ready to proceed if you are.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning. I'm just want to start by saying I came from a good home. I had both parents in my home. I'm the son of a preacher man. My father was a pastor, but he always taught us right from wrong. But as I got older, I chose to follow my friends and follow the streets and get involved with selling drugs. Even though I know it was wrong, I still did it because I wanted to do it. Got involved in mischief and did things and hurt my mother in the process. But I ended up catching a possession case in 1992. Received a felony. I had a child, and I tried to get employment at that time, but with that felony, a lot of doors closed. Even temporary services were temporary services. But I used the drug selling as an excuse to stay in the street. I used that and did that just to use that to stay in the streets to continue on. I received a possession of THC because I was smoking a lot of weed at that time. And still doing the same thing, using it as an excuse. I had another child, using it as an excuse. Because when I tried to get jobs, I got discouraged a lot because a lot of them used my felony to not, they wouldn't say it, but I know what it was. Because I tried to get a job for the yellow bus, and they told me, which hurt me, was, well, if you committed a murder, we will hire you, but since you have a drug case, we can't hire you. And I couldn't understand that. Not that knowledge what she was telling me, but it didn't make sense to me. But once again, I was discouraged by that. I was neglecting my responsibilities as a father. I got mad at the world, and continue on to do things I shouldn't have done. But what got to me is that my daughter, she was young at the time. Like I said, I was neglecting them. And when the family members brought over to see me, and when he tried to give my daughter to me, she screamed and hollered and reached back for him like she was scared of me. And that bothered me for a long time. And then when my mother told me that she was going to turn her back on me if I continued in the streets to do what I'm doing, that I was no longer her son, that bothered me. So I ended up getting a revocation, and I did a little time in prison. And I made up my mind then that this is not the life for me. And I received my HSED in there. I even tutored other inmates in there to help them receive theirs. I got out. I entered a program called Big Step, WRTP, and I became a welder. I graduated from Waukesha Tech in Pewaukee. I got certificates in punch press machines and other operations. I currently work for the DPW City of Milwaukee. I'm a crew leader / supervisor. I've been there over 12 years. Love my job. Still to this day, even my family members, we just can't believe it from where I came from to today. That it, I share my story with the youth at the church, and even at my job with new employees, I share my story when they get upset or discouraged about anything. And I let them know, you can do it. You put your mind to it, you can do it. I have a great relationship with my kids. I became more responsible many years ago of taking care of them. I just did a whole 360 and turned my life around. And it was a hard process. It really was a hard process because I've been turned down for a lot of positions of jobs because of my felony.
It was really, really hard, but I feel this pardon. I want it because I told my kids I was going to do this. And I hate telling folks, well, I'm an ex-felon or this, some people glorify it as a tough guy image, but it's not that. It's something you really don't want because it hinders a lot of things coming your way. And I would like that off my record and to show my kids, because every time I receive something good at work, I always bring it to I call them my kids. They all grown, but I still say my kids, and I show them every document, anything that's great I get from the city of Milwaukee that I do. And this will be a blessing for me to receive this pardon, to show my kids that this is another goal that I done overcame to get.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good morning, sir. The last felony you got, the failure to support,
Yes, sir.
You were ordered to pay $10,000 or $11,000 in back support. Did you pay all that?
Yeah, I'm not all of it, but I'm still paying on what's remainder that's left. I think it's $2,000. So I'm still paying on that.
And how old are the kids from that situation?
My daughter is 22 right now, but I believe it's my other daughter that's 30.
And what's your relationship with them?
I'm close with all my kids. My daughters are all nurses. My son he has a history of long working job where he works for the WCS. My baby girl, she's going for be a practical nurse with a doctor's degree. So they're all doing great. I have 6 grandkids, and I have a great relationship with my kids.
Okay. It looks like in 2025, so this year, at some point, you were stopped and refused to take a test for intoxication. What happened with that situation?
They threw it out and wanted I have to take a program, and they cleared my record for that, but that was it.
What do you mean you have to take a program?
They want me to go through I think it's a AODA program. They wanted me to complete.
So you got stopped for drunk driving.
Well, I was asleep in my car, and that's what happened because we had just buried my mother, and I went back to where she used to live, and I just sat there and I went to sleep in my car after hanging out.
So did you go to court on this?
Yeah, my lawyer went to court on it, and they didn't put it on my record, and they just wanted me. The conditions were for me to just go do the program, and that was it.
I see. And when was that in 2025?
This was this happened in, I believe, I want to say June, I believe, and then September. We went to court, and that's when they decided everything.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Davis, the DA's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It made me feel great. When I received the mail, I couldn't believe it because I seen the mail and then I didn't know what to expect. And when I opened it, I was surprised and was blessed about it and really appreciated it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Davis? All right. Oh, Myrna.
Yep. I didn't hear you if you said you're starting the AODA counseling or you haven't yet or what?
I haven't yet. They
What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Well, at the time I didn't have the money, but now I have it because I didn't know when you call. They didn't tell me that once you call right away, you have to have $300. I didn't have it at that time, so we're setting up that now.
Did they give you a specific time period to get it done?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. She was like, well, once you get the money, call me, and then we'll start the process.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis. Appreciate your time with the board today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Edgar Birdsong. Mr. Birdsong. I do not see Mr. Birdsong in the Zoom. Okay, Mr. Birdsong, if you can hear me, just speak up when you're here and we can come back to you if needed. In the meantime, we'll go on to Nathan Keller.
You see me?
We can.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. So my name is Nathan Keller. I live in Elmira, Wisconsin, 41 years old. So the first crime is manufacturing delivery of cocaine that occurred on April 18th, 2003. And the second crime is felony fleeing, which occurred on December 15th, 2006. So the manufacturing, delivering cocaine was an incident where I was hanging around with the wrong people, just not really caring at that time in my life, and was dating a girl that had a coworker who asked for some cocaine. And at that time, I knew the right people, unfortunately, and it ended up being a controlled buy. So I was charged with that, did 6 months in jail, 4 years probation, lost a license for 6 months. The second one was the felony fleeing. It was an incident where I was out drinking on probation from the first offense and left the bar and got in my car, brand new SUV I had just purchased, and went around a corner, tires squealed. The officer was watching traffic, pulled me over, and as he exited the vehicle, for some odd reason at that time, I was intoxicated and not thinking, I decided to flee the scene. I was on probation, so I knew at that time if I get revoked, there's probably a good chance I go to prison, and I didn't want to go to prison. I felt like there was a lot more to my life than that. So that's what happened there. I got away. They ended up catching me at a later date. I was charged with that. I got 3 years probation that ran concurrent to what I was already on. I received 1 extra year, and then I think there was lost a license also on that for 6 months. Since them incidents, I've turned my life completely around. I gotten married to my amazing wife, Kelly, and we have 2 sons. On our second house, living in Elmira now. Go to work every day. I've been at my job for 20 years as a metal fabricator. Volunteer wherever I possibly can, whenever I possibly can. We attend St. John's Lutheran School and church. My children attend school there. I chaperone field trips. I organize hay rides for our October event. Help with the church property, whatever the trim bushes, whatever they need, and then usher 4 times a year on the, usher board. So I do that. I help with our Elmira Athletic Association, field prepping tournaments, for baseball. Wherever my kids are involved, I try to help out as much as I possibly can. Our Elmira Gridiron, I help coach football 5th and 6th grade for one of my sons. Organize orders for a couple of our fundraisers that raise money for our Elmira Gridiron. Actually, just this past summer, I volunteered for this. It's called Fishing Has No Boundaries. It's a pretty cool event. It's through the Ark in Fond du Lac. take out developmentally disabled adults fishing, because I do a lot of fishing. I own a fishing boat. My son came with to do that also. So that was a pretty cool event. Caught some fish, it was very awesome to see them people being able for that opportunity. So as far as why I want the pardon is for my children. I mean, for furthering my involvement in their sports, coaching, further my involvement in my community as far as possibly becoming a ref or umpire for these sports, and it's just not who I am anymore. I mean, 20 years ago, sure, but not anymore. I've come a long way. Do everything I can every day to make myself a better person.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. We'll open up to questions from the board. Judge Cremers.
So you said that when you got involved in the fleeing incident and you got arrested, eventually you got arrested, then you turned your life around. But it looks like in 2010, you got convicted of a battery.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
hang on. Because I'm not interested in the name of the victim, just the relationship. So what was the relationship between you and the person that you got convicted of battering?
None. No relationship. It was an involvement after we were at a wedding, and it was at a local establishment. Came out of the establishment. This guy I walked up to me. He was intoxicated. Kind of just started pushing me around, and we all had some drinks. And my girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife, got involved in the middle of it, and he ended up throwing her to the ground. She hit her face, skinned her knees, whatever, and that kind of sent me in a, kind of a bad thing, because you don't push women, you don't hit them. And I ended up throwing a punch. I threw the first punch, so I got charged.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Keller. I think that covers it then. I appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yep, you too. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're still trying to reach Mr. Birdsong, so in the meantime, we will go on to Carlos Ortega.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Good morning. We are.
Hello. Well, thank you for having me. My name is Carlos Ortega. So basically, we'll start with the offense, which happened in 2004. It's for party to a crime for theft. Basically, what happened was my employment at the time, which was a restaurant in the mall in Brookfield Square. I was out somewhere else in the Milwaukee area that night when a co-employee of mine called me and said he had a safe that he had gotten from the facility, the restaurant, and needed the key to open up the safe, which I was the only one that had it in my possession. No reason as to why. I accepted and said, yes, come over to where I'm at and I'll open it. Didn't think about it at the time of the consequence or anything. It was just in my mind, well, I'm not there, I'm not part of it, what can go wrong kind of thing. In which I helped him open the safe with the key, and he gave me, I think it was about $500 at the time. And then him and 3 other individuals, who I have no idea who they are to this day, they left and discarded the safe. After that, I ended up getting that charge for party to a crime for accepting the money and opening the safe. Did 2 years probation, including community service, which I did at United Community Center, which I am employed at now. Since then, I was just working at, from the probation, it was extended because of the restitution that was still needed to be paid. It was in between everybody. So since it wasn't fully paid yet, they extended it, in which at that point, I just didn't want to be part of that anymore. I just sold my vehicle and just paid off the rest. I can't remember the exact amount it was, so that way I can just get discharged. After that, I was just working temp agency jobs. It was hard to really get a job. It's been having that on my record has been a roadblock. At that point, I met my then wife, which we've been divorced now. She was going to school to be a nurse, kind of motivated me to do something else. So I started looking into schooling, in which I did. In 2009, I enrolled at MATC for Human Services, in which I did complete. After that, it was really hard to get a job, in which motivated me more to go back to school, in which I did, and I got my bachelor's degrees in Human Services, Business Management at Cardinal Stritch. Graduated in 2016. After that, I really struggled in finding a job because of my background. I don't have any criminal record before or after that, but just having that on my record kind of held me back a little bit until somebody actually gave me a chance. It wasn't a high-paying job, but it was something for me to start with. I accepted. They ended up closing down after about a year and a half, in which I was able to reach out to United Community Center, where I'm at now, and they gave me a chance in the condition that I would be on the good side always. So I've been at where I'm at now since 2018. That's where I've been employed. I've tried to go up higher, but because of that on my record, it kind of pulls me back and kind of leaves me where I'm at. So I kind of just want to kind of take that out of my background, so to say. So see where I can go with it. I've tried even applying at hospital jobs for social work, because I do case management, social work in my field, and I've just been denied. They just don't want to really deal with it. So basically, I feel like I would like to have this pardon because I want to utilize the full strength of my abilities and my degree to see how far I can really go and how far I can utilize it. I also have, I did remarry after, which I now have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old and a 12-year-old, which I wanted them to kind of look up to me more and be more responsible for them and have them be a good role model for them. I also want to keep going, being a good figure for my employment as well, and show them how far I can make it.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Questions from the board? Okay, I think you covered everything then. Thank you so much for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Okay, our next applicant of the morning is Chicade Smith. Ms. Smith?
Good morning.
Good morning, and I see your Zoom handle. Do you prefer Lene?
Yes, it's just a lot easier to say, and I'm a junior. The Jaquita is my mother's name.
Got it. All right, we'll turn it over to you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Whew. First, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me this opportunity. And with my sincere and deep humility and gratitude to the Pardon Board for allowing me here today to fight for my life. I would like to have my life back and to answer the questions that you provided. So the first offense is the forging and uttering party to a crime that happened October of 2001. At the time of the offense, I was working at Walmart on East Capitol Drive in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Shortly after being hired, I became homeless. In desperation, I confided in a coworker who told me about a way to make some extra money. He explained that sometimes customers would leave their debit cards or credit cards behind and encouraged me to use them to purchase items for other people. And then we would sell the items that we purchased off the stolen cards. When a customer left a card behind on this particular day, I gave it to my coworker. He told me he had an order to fill and that he would split the money with me. We completed the purchase using the customer's card, and I forged the customer's signature. And that was when I committed forgery. At that time, I did not consider the harm that I was causing to the victim. My desperation for shelter and any just gave me tunnel vision. I was 18. I was depressed. I was homeless, feeling neglected by my family, surviving long-term abuse from my family. That began when I was 5, and that instability in my life from my family and in my father's addiction and all of the things, I was just fighting for a way out of my situation. And it didn't occur to me what the long-term effects could potentially be. It's no excuse for my behavior, but it explains where my mind was. And I was convinced that survival justified anything. I see clearly now how wrong I was, and I carry a deep remorse for the harm that I caused anybody when I was committing the act of forgery. And I was sentenced to 3 years of probation for that, and I completed that in March of 2005. And the second offense was disorderly conduct, and that was November of 2001. It was a very bad year for me. I was sentenced to 15 months of probation, and it ran concurrent with the forgery. And during this time period, I was living pillar to post in a rat-infested basement with my boyfriend at the time. Of course, I've lost my job at Walmart due to the forgery, and I was attending school at Bryan and Stratton College. And he worked nights, and I would wait up for him to come home. One night I waited outside for him and saw him step out of a vehicle and kiss the driver goodbye. I was overwhelmed with hurt and betrayal and anger, and I confronted him and we began arguing very loudly. When we returned to the basement, he had drugged me down the stairs. I remember nothing after that. When I came to, I was bleeding in the back of a squad car and I was handcuffed. I regret that I allowed my emotions to control me at that time, and I placed myself in a situation where I was vulnerable and unsafe. And I recognize now how much guidance I needed and needed to value my self-worth and my emotional maturity. Those were things I simply did not have yet. And at that time, I was 18 years old. And since those 2 convictions, I have earned my associate's degree at Bryan and Stratton College, but due to my in business, but due to my felony, I had to drop out of the medical assistant program because I could not pass the background check for clinicals. I also became an ordained minister where I married people of different faiths and religions and sexual orientations for free. I was a wife to a Navy veteran for over 10 years. I have 2 beautiful sons and a granddaughter now. And I have various intermittent acts of community service. When I lived in Milwaukee, I would volunteer at the Unity Soup Kitchen. Every year I did AIDS Walks Wisconsin. I served the homeless at the Greater Galilee Baptist Church. And I was a tutor at the YMCA, helping kids who were falling behind in reading and math. Once I moved to Dallas, every other Pride year, if they have the table, I help people get information in regard to screening and testing. And we hand out condoms and information telling people how to be tested and be safe. My mother ran an after-school program for years, and I tutored there for free. And then there are other affiliate groups that I volunteer with. We travel and go to conferences, and we teach sexual health education, all on a volunteer basis. And now why I feel I should receive a pardon. I believe I should receive a pardon because I've done the work externally and internally to transform my life. I've demonstrated consistent, lawful, and productive behavior of many years. And I believe the truest form of an apology is changed behavior, and I have lived that. In 2020, my ex-husband tried to kill me. And though we had been separated for a year, he got enraged and he was jealous that I was talking to another partner. And he choked me to the point where I could not breathe or scream or move. And because of this interaction with my ex-husband, I want to fight for my life. I don't ever want to be defenseless. I want to have my rights restored so that I can do whatever I need to do to legally protect myself. And also, I have lived my entire adult life as a convicted felon. It feels like I'm a little kid who's been on a lifelong punishment. I have been restricted of housing, volunteer opportunities at my children's school. I even had to give up my dream of nursing and law school. I also had to abandon all hopes of joining the medical field due to me not being able to do my clinicals. And just for the basic aspects of adulthood, I require permission that others take for granted.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't want to cut
I'm
you off.
sorry.
I want to make sure we get to any questions the board
I'm
has.
sorry.
That's okay. You've covered a lot, but Cindy, question from you?
Yeah. Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I asked about 6 people and they all said yes. And I gave them a timeline, and some of them followed up with me, some of them didn't. And when I received 2 after I submitted the application, I emailed and I asked how to submit it, and I did not get a response.
Ms. Smith, if you do have those letters, I would encourage you to send them by email. We can make sure that we get them to the board.
Okay, I do have them, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Ms. Smith, the district attorney's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application. Governor Evers will make the final decision, but the DA's office supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I was elated when I received the letter that I had the support, and it made me feel that I was worthy of a second chance.
Okay. And one other question. What made you decide to become an ordained minister?
I love love. And I was online one day, and there were people who were getting denied the ability to be married because ministers and pastors, and they would refuse them to be married for whatever the reasons were. And so I wanted to help people get married and have the life that they wanted.
And are you able to do weddings in Texas?
I am able to do weddings in Texas and the state of Wisconsin and North Carolina and Florida.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I think that covers it. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Roman Jackson. Mr. Jackson.
Hi, good morning, board. I'm propositioned to pardon for an offense that happened in 2015 with a possession with intent to deliver. I was a young kid. That happened over 10 years ago. I was a broke college student who tried to help my grandma the best I could, and I thought that was the way to do it. I do regret doing it. So they sentenced me to 2 years of probation for it. Since I completed probation in 2018, since probation, I feel like I had a couple incidents, but nothing major. I have a couple traffic infractions that wasn't prosecuted into criminal cases. Want to pardon. Well, since then, I've also maintained work. I have a consistent job through temp services. I've received 2 technical diplomas through MATC, one for welding, one for automotive maintenance technician. I'm asking the board for a pardon because, like I said, I was young. I don't make excuses for what I've done, but since then, I feel like I've been a productive member of society. I've attended church regularly with my grandma. I help volunteer. And so that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Questions from the board? Judge Gomers, is that a question?
Yes, it looks like you had a OWI in 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
And what happened with that?
I don't want to make excuses, but I was watching. It was when the Bucks was doing very good. I was watching a playoff game, had too much to drink, drove home, got pulled over from the police. I didn't initially stop, decided to pull over, and I just faced the consequences because of it. Since then, they had me do a program, impact program. They suspended my license for about 6 months, and that was about it.
All right, and then in 2013 and 2015, you were convicted of misdemeanor batteries. Was the victim the same person in both of those in both of those battery cases?
2000, you said 13 and 15? No. 2013, I was initially on probation when I was in high school for a battery. And then 2015, I got revocated because of a battery in college.
Okay, and who was the victim in the battery when you were in college in 2015?
It was a student at a house party. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then 2018, you were on probation and there was a violation. You're turned over to probation, your probation officer. What was that violation about?
I think it was an investigation. My car was stolen and involved in an accident. So he did an investigation for, I believe that, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Jerry?
In 2021, you were arrested for possessing narcotics and eluding. What was that all about?
That was the OWI offense. They no processed that. I told you I didn't pull over initially, but then I decided just to face the consequences. But I didn't have possessions of, I think the possession might have been of marijuana, but I don't think I had narcotics. They no processed all of that, so I'm not sure about no narcotics.
Oh, but you did have marijuana.
Yeah, I had roaches in the car,
Yeah.
like from burnt marijuana blunts.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Jackson? All right. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. All right. Our next applicant is James McCullough. Mr. McCullough?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me. Let's see. So I guess I'll start with the first charge. It was it was kind of like a loophole. So on my 18th birthday, or I mean my 18th birthday, I went to the store, bought a firearm legally, and it passed a background check and all of this type of things. But I didn't know that from a battery I got as a teenager, as a very young teenager, that transferred into a felony. And if I ever bought a gun, then I was considered a felon. So it was like some type of funny loophole that the state of Wisconsin had. So after that, I ended up getting caught with another firearm. But I mean, to paint the picture, I'm from a broken home, 15th and Center, and that was in 2002 and 2001. So that was a very dangerous time, a very dangerous area. And the second time I got caught, well, the second time I actually got caught with the firearm, that was in my house on 31st and Will. So at that time, it was a lot going on in that area. I'm sure all of you are familiar with all of those areas, especially in 2001 and 2. So that was unfortunate. and I've been paying for that for quite some time. You know, it just was, you know, at that particular time, I was in college for visual communications at MATC. I was also, I had an intern at Milwaukee Journal Sentinel paying $5.25 per hour, and a 2-month-old newborn baby, you know, so it just was a lot on my plate. Mother was on drugs, brother was in foster homes at that particular time. So it just was survival mode, to be honest. And so, like I said, that was 24 years ago. In the meantime, let me just make sure I'm on track. In the meantime, I did a number of things to try to add value to my life. That particular situation of becoming a felon and things like that really, and then going to prison, that kind of ruined my life. So after that, I did serve time and was in prison for 2 years. And when I got out, that kind of ruined my life. So I was forced into entrepreneurship, which was a blessing at the same time because I've been doing that ever since, because I haven't been able to get a job. You know, when I did get out initially, I tried to enroll back in school, and they had this funny law where if you got caught with any possession of any type of drugs, then you couldn't receive a Pell Grant for 4 years after that point. So, you know, these are all kind of laws that's built to try to keep you stuck in the situation. So, it's no excuses, but that's the truth. And so I just started, you know, opening up businesses, started cutting hair and stuff. These type of things that I could do with no background checks and all these type of things, because I was trying to get, you know, regular employment, but at that time it was really segregated and stuff like that. Especially when it comes to you know, having some type of background. But in the meantime, you know, I've been at first in many situations. I had many stores in Milwaukee, end up needing to move out of Milwaukee just for better opportunities and to better myself. Um, I moved to Salt Lake City, Utah, opened up some businesses there. Was the first Black-owned business in Midvale, Salt Lake City, Utah. Then I ended up moving to Charlotte, North Carolina, being the first Black-owned jewelry store here in the epicenter for 8 years. Did that and then moved to Miami and was the first Black-owned high-end luxury establishment in Brickell, Miami. And continue to you know, build upon that. Like right now, as we speak, I'm on the board of directors for the Charlotte Community Health Center. We're receiving a six-figure check right now as we speak, but I'm here, you know, doing this, and I'm supposed to be there presenting that or help to receive that. So just a number of things, giving back to the community, doing a lot of great mentorships online and stuff like that. But one thing for sure is that being a felon has hunted me all the way into this day, you know, and even this apartment that I'm sitting in right now, I had to pretty much beg the lady, the Gray Star representative to please give me a chance at 45 years old. So I've been a homeowner as well. I sold a house here in Charlotte where I'm at right now and decided to go back into apartment. And it was such a struggle trying to get approved um, at over 20 some odd years of having that charge. So it's been a, I mean, you hear the stories all the time, so I don't have to go back through all the different disparities and all the different doors that you face when you're a felon. But I'm moving into, I'm also on the board and I'm part of Jewelers of America out of DC. So we do a lot of lobbying for different ethnic groups to be a part of or be recognized in the jury space. So even getting clearance to be in some of those areas, I've been denied because you know, of my felony conviction or status, you know, over all of these years. So it's hard for me to even, I go under alias right now because it's even harder for me to really tell people my real name because once they, you know, do background checks and these type of things, it's always, and I deal in a very trust based career. I'm a graduate gemologist as well. I went back to do that. So I deal in gems and jewels all the time. And it's just,
Mr. McCullough, I don't want to
Okay,
cut you off, but I do
I
want to make
got
sure
you.
that we get to follow-up questions that the
All
board
right, shoot.
has. Okay, all right. Cindy?
Yeah, two questions. In your application, you say you're currently unemployed. So are you employed now, and what do you do
Yeah.
exactly?
So believe it or not, I started that application over 6 years ago. And now I'm just having an interview with you all. So, at that particular time, I believe I was unemployed, but like I said, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. So I maybe had one like real job. Otherwise, it's all been on me.
So what do you do to support yourself now?
Yeah, so I'm a graduate gemologist, and I source stones and own a jewelry store. So I have design center right now in Miami and here in Charlotte. So that's what I've been doing. I built a career of being a graduate gemologist.
Okay. My second question is, and you've probably heard me ask previous applicants, but as part of the process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to. Can you tell us why
Well,
not?
yeah, thank you for asking me that question. It's not necessarily that I chose not to. I'll state again, when I first started this process, it was over 6 years ago. At that point in time, people that I considered even um, having, even allowing themselves to do this particular reference is dead now. They're not even here anymore. They passed away. And also there's a certain area of not really wanting my profession, or these individuals that's in the profession with me to even know I'm a felon. Like that's really a black eye. So I really didn't want to go to nobody that's in the profession that I'm in and say, hey, I'm a felon, I'm trying to do this. I mean, it's tough, especially being my skin color. And I'm not trying to throw a race card or anything like that, but that's just the reality of it. So I really did, the people that I had in mind, they're no longer here anymore.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Judge Parmers.
Good morning, sir. I got several questions. Did I understand you to say that because of this felony, you've had to use an alias so to kind of protect yourself from?
When I say that, I'm speaking in the public eye. So when I'm on social media, when I'm doing things in the public, it's James Mack, not James McCullough. But when I'm doing things like receiving this check with the particular organization that I'm with, is James McCullough, right? I can't get away from that, right? But so if somebody goes and does a background check on me, they'll find out whatever they need to find out.
So you understand that if we were to recommend a pardon, and if the governor were to grant the pardon on this 2002 felon in possession of a firearm, you would still be prohibited from having a firearm because of your juvenile adjudication. Do you understand that?
I mean, that really is not my focus.
Okay, but do you understand that you can't, even if you get a pardon on this, you still can't have a firearm?
Okay, I mean, that's fine. That's fine with me, sir.
Okay,
I understand it.
It's fine. I just want to make sure you understand that, because you started out saying that apparently you didn't understand that you couldn't have a firearm because of this juvenile situation.
Yeah, in 2000 and in 1990, in 2000, I didn't understand that. That's correct,
Okay.
sir. I understand it now.
Okay. Then, though, you had the first situation where you got caught with a gun. You were charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm, but they reduced it to a misdemeanor. Do you recall that situation?
I do, very clearly.
So even if at that point you didn't know you couldn't have a firearm, a year or so later on the case that you are asking for a pardon for, you knew in 2002, you knew you couldn't have a firearm, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had a firearm and some drugs that you threw off the balcony of the house you were living in or renting.
Well, yes, sir. Yes. That's not exactly how it happens, but I don't really want to rehash those old wounds, but yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jerry.
The district attorney's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application, and Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does their support make you feel?
It makes me feel wonderful. I mean, it's been a long time coming, and I understand what Mr. Kramer's was speaking of as far as the gun and stuff like that, but that's not necessarily that's not at the top of my list of why I'm seeking a partner. I'm trying to continue doing things in the financial realm, in the professional realm that's really going to require me to if possible, not be a felon to a certain
Okay.
extent. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. McClure. I think that covers it all then. Thank you for your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Lynetta Allgood. Ms. Allgood, I see you in the Zoom.
Hi, I'm Lynetta Allgood, and I'm 50 years old. I caught this case in 2002, like 20 years ago. I got a check from a friend. She wanted some weed for $100. I needed money. I had my nephew, my son, my mom and sister. Everybody was in jail. I ain't had no support, so I needed to get some quick money, basically. She wrote me a check. I sold her some weed for the check. I tried to go cash the check. It was stolen. That's how I got caught up in this. So I'm trying to get it departed or amended to get a better job. I've been working since I got out of prison for all these cases. Never been in trouble since I got out. I've been a modern person and I had numerous of jobs, but it's not what I want. Because I'm a grandmom now. I'm 50 years old. This happened like 20 some years ago. So I'm just trying to better myself for my grandkids, basically, and get more, skills under my belt for they can have a better living. And that my son and me had, basically.
Thank you, Ms. Allgood. We'll open up to questions from the board. Judge Kremers.
You just said you haven't been in trouble since this, but in 2009, you were convicted of disorderly conduct. What was that about?
Yes, sir. Baby daddy issues.
What does that mean?
He was going with someone else when he got her pregnant and me. And I had took a grill, beat his car with. I ain't beat him, but I beat the car up with it. And that was it. I didn't get like charged with it,
You got convicted.
Yep, I got convicted.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Miss Olga, you committed this crime, you said, because you needed money for your child and your nephews.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
How are they doing these days?
Well, my son, he's still with me. My nephew and them, they still come over, sleep. I still feed them, even though they grown. But I still give them, because my sister, she done passed away now since she got out of prison. She had like 5 strokes for getting high so much. So she done passed away last year. So they still come to my house. So ain't nothing changed. I still help them.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, nothing else from us then, Ms. Allgood. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
That was easy. Thank you.
I said try to be fast. Thank you. All right, I think we're still working on some tech issues with Mr. Birdsong. So let's go to Joey Hall in the meantime. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, it looks like I see you in the Zoom there on an iPhone. Are you able to unmute and turn your camera on? Okay, Mr. Hall, we will try moving on and coming back to you because it looks like we have Mr. Birdsong in the Zoom. Mr. Birdsong, we're ready to hear from you. Mr. Birdsong, are you able to unmute? Oh, that looks like that worked. Can you hear us? Mr. Birdsong, it looks like you're unmuted, but if you're talking, we can't hear you. Okay, we'll have someone give you a call and try to do a little bit more troubleshooting. Might just have you call in by phone. Okay. I see you're out of library, so it may be an issue with the tech there. We'll have someone reach out to you, but I think it's probably gonna be easiest for you to call in and we can do it by phone. So we'll have someone work with you on that. In the meantime, Mr. Hall, are you able to hear us?
Hey, I'm still trying to get this going here. I'm trying to start a video. Okay. Okay, hello. You guys see me?
We can, and looks like we have Mr. Birdsong now too.
Okay.
Mr. Birdsong, we can't hear you, so we're gonna have someone reach out to try to troubleshoot you, and we'll talk to Mr. Hall and then come right back to you. So sorry about that, Mr. Hall, go ahead.
How you doing? Happy Friday, you guys. Hey, so I had a case back in, I want to say 2005, and I had one in 2006. The first one was maintaining a drug vehicle. I was riding around with marijuana, got pulled over at a gas station, went in a gas station. A friend of mine had the music all loud or whatever. So the cops came or whatever and searched the car. I had marijuana in it. So I think I got a year of probation. And not even a year, I guess, a couple months after the incident, I ended up getting a theft removable property party too. I was in a stolen vehicle and the driver hopped out and ran on me. It's a long story. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people. But since then, I've just been straight working. I've been working in the healthcare field since 2014. I mean, I had to get in this kind of field because all the jobs that I was trying to apply for didn't accept me because of my felony. So that's what I've been doing since 2014. I have a car club and a nonprofit and Adult Youth and Development Foundation. And what we try to do is get noticed for doing positive things in the community. We're trying to raise money to get things like a car wash for the youth, and so we can provide jobs and, you know, just get grants to help the youth. We just want to be, you know, I just want to be a role model to anybody. And like, I haven't did nothing serious, caught crimes or nothing since then. I mean, I probably had like some between me and my son, what was that, years ago? But other than that, I haven't gotten no serious trouble. Just want to get this up off me because, you know, this is really not what I'm trying to do. You know, caregiving, I have I got other experience doing other things, and you know, these felonies is holding me back from bettering myself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members, Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Hall. So in the application, there's a whole section that talks about what you've done since the crime for community service, counseling, any other actions you've taken. You left it all blank. And
Oh,
you did,
okay. I'm having a
no,
problem
let me
here.
finish. Let me finish my question, please.
Okay.
So you left questions 14 through 18 blank. And in addition, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to submit any letters of support. So why did you not invest more time and effort into this application with us today?
Oh, I'm sorry, because when I first did it a couple years ago, I had all that information there, so I thought that you guys like still had the old information, like the
You
letters that
mean
I
when
had.
you applied and were denied?
I didn't hear you.
You mean when you applied previously and were denied?
Yes.
No, I mean, this is a new application. That's
Oh,
your
okay. I didn't know. I'm
responsibility
sorry.
to-
I didn't know. I didn't know that you're supposed to resubmit everything over.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good morning, sir. In 2017, it looks like you were arrested and originally charged with strangulation and suffocation. Then it was changed to a battery. What was that situation all about?
Oh, that was a situation with my son and his girlfriend. They were arguing. I was just trying to break them up, trying to get him to leave the house or her to leave the house. And my daughter ended up calling the police, but she hung the phone up and they still came out. And that is what it was.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Hall, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application and they support it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Makes me feel like it's over. You know, I can put this behind me and move on because,
Okay,
you know, I
well,
learned.
Just to be clear, it's not, the governor makes the final choice here.
Oh, yeah. It just make me feel like I had a chance. Like,
Okay, all right.
like I have a
Then-
chance to put this behind me.
I have another question about the car business. In your application, you say that this 1997 Pontiac Bonneville, you were in the parking lot of the liquor store.
Yes.
The woman got out of the car and went into the store, and that's when you and your friend got in the car.
Correct.
Is that still your story?
Yes.
So she was out of the car.
No. I was in the car.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about her.
Yes.
Now she says she was in the car and your friend dragged her out of the car.
Yes.
Why would she lie about something like that?
No. She didn't lie about anything. This is something I done when I was young.
Oh, okay.
And it was
All right.
just stupid.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then, Mr. Hall. Appreciate your time with us, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, you guys too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Birdsong, I think that your tech is working. We're excited to hear from you. Ooh, we still don't have any sound. It looks like you're unmuted. I think we need you to call in.
Or turn the volume up.
Can you hear us, Mr. Birdsong? Yeah. It looks like Mr. Birdsong is unmuted, but we aren't able to hear him. Seems like maybe a microphone issue. Okay, Mr. Birdsong, we're gonna have someone give you a call and try to troubleshoot. And what we'll do is we will just move you to the afternoon hearing. So if we can't get this sorted out here, we will pick up with you at 1 o'clock and we'll have someone reach out and tell you that. so that you have the time, and hopefully we can do a practice phone call before then. Okay. Well, I'm sorry for the tech troubles, but we will come back with Mr. Birdsong in the afternoon. And at this point, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications and financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Cremers, do I have a second?
Second.
Cindy, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. We'll move into closed session, and board members will ask you to just give us a moment to get our live stream stopped.
We're gonna see what they're gonna say.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us from the waiting room, we are going to give everyone a minute to get in and get connected, and we will start this afternoon's hearing shortly. Okay, I think we have most of our folks in from the waiting room, and our live stream is working. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a little bit of housekeeping, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today in the Zoom, we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Cremers, who is AG Call's appointee to the board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who serves as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. We do have another board member who may be joining us later this afternoon. I will go ahead and introduce him, although he is not yet with us in the Zoom, and that is Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He is also the CEO of Focused Interruption, and he received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. So I will go through just a little bit of housekeeping about how the meeting is going to run today. First, please note that the hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So we'll ask you to mute yourself and turn your camera off until it's your turn to be heard by the board so that we can focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone will reach out to you. We will help you troubleshoot. And if it means we need to come back to you because tech is not cooperating when it is your turn, we can absolutely do that. Otherwise, we will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda in open meetings notice. Each applicant will have 5 minutes total with the board. We will ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, that is to give us a brief summary of your offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We're just looking to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, where you're at now and how your life is different from the time of your offense. And then finally, third, a brief statement of why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you spend about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we're going to open it up to any other follow-up questions that board members may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or do not have questions, we have spent quite a bit of time with your application materials. And as you know, that those applications are very thorough. So sometimes everything is covered there. We do have questions though. We want to make sure we get to them so that the board can make an informed recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any follow-up questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off. You do not need to hang out in the Zoom. And you will hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month to 2 months from today, because once we are done hearing from applicants today, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present for it to be forwarded, and then the governor, of course, will make the final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. As I mentioned, you'll hear about the outcome about 1 to 2 months from today, so we thank you for your patience. We know you've been very patient just to get to this point. So we are ready to get started. We did have one of our morning applicants get pushed to the afternoon session due to some IT issues. So we are going to start with Edgar Birdsong first. Mr. Birdsong, do we have you called in? Okay, tech issues may be persisting, so we will start with Brian Delro. Mr. Delro. Mr. Delro, if that's you, you're still muted. We cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to start out saying grew up in a small town, Wisconsin, New Holsting. And when I graduated high school in 1991, I moved to Appleton. And while I was trying to find my way, just being out of high school, I always used the term I got mixed up in the wrong crowd, or I gave in to peer pressure and whatnot, but nobody forced me to do anything. I made some bad mistakes. I hooked up with a couple guys and we broke into a few houses and stole some whatever we could find that would make us money to help us get by at the time. This went on for roughly a year. And when I was approached by officers for questioning, I immediately broke down and cooperated 100%, told them everything that I had done up to this point, that my memory would serve me right. And because of that, I believe is why I didn't sit any prison time. I was convicted of a couple, to be honest, I don't remember exactly how many felonies it was, but and sentenced to 5 years probation, 200 hours community service, and to pay restitution. I would like to note on the restitution end of it, when my 5 years was up for my probation, one of the other constituents did not pay his share of the restitution. So I did pay that out of my own money, and I never did seek to get it back. I just wanted to cut ties with everything and be done with it. As far as community service went, the local Goodwill store is usually where I did that. I just helped unloading trucks and stocking shelves and whatnot. It wasn't a real big involvement in the community, but it was something. It was for me to get out there and do. There was a few bumps along the road. I did get a DUI when I turned 21 and had a little altercation with the arresting officer. I did not get charged a felony with it, but I did just get charged of a misdemeanor, attempted battery to a police officer. The sentence to that ran concurrent with my current probation, and that was pretty much it for that one. I didn't get any jail time or anything. I did sit in jail because I was on probation at the time, so I did spend some time in jail during that period, but no additional time was assigned to me. Since then, well, I've been married for 32 years. I have 2 grandchildren. My son and my daughter both married, on their own, homeowners, doing great. My son served in the Marines for 5 years and has got a great career path ahead of him. I feel like I've done a great job at raising them to not to make the same mistakes that I've made. I do some volunteer work. I work at a good friend of ours has a cabin that it's called the Wheelum, and they do benefits, and they take wounded warriors, they take disabled people out hunting that wouldn't normally be able to hunt. And obviously, with me having a felony, I can't be involved in that part of it, but I can be involved in a lot of the other aspects of it. We run benefits that I work at. I help build stands and make pathways out into the woods to make it easier for the hunters to get in and out. And I dedicate a lot of my summer and early fall to that. It's good for me, it's good for them, and I'm involved in stuff. And part of that is kind of leads up to why I would like a pardon. You know, I could be more involved in bringing hunters in and out. I could also be more involved in my parents have recently, within the last couple of years, their health has gone downhill quite a bit. My mom has lost her vision, and my dad is on the verge of being stricken to a wheelchair. So I've been helping them as best as I can, but I applied to be on a program that is run through the state that allows you, basically, you get paid to help take care of loved ones. And I don't care about the money. It's just, it would put me more in charge and it would be on paper. And I got denied because I have a felony in my record. That's not I mean, I still help them. I don't care if I can be part of the program or not, but that would be a plus. And I know it would put a smile on their face. I could give a couple reasons why I feel I should deserve a pardon or why I want a pardon. Because of what I've done, I guess for the past, I'm not the same person I used to be. And when I get asked to do certain things, I still hesitate. For instance, through work, I've been there almost 30 years. I worked my way up to a supervisor, but that's as far as I can go. I've been approached to apply for higher jobs, but it would involve running deeper background checks, and then that's what's always held me back. And I think that if I got a pardon, I wouldn't be afraid to move on and move up.
Thank you, Mr. Delro.
Sure.
I'll open up to other questions from the board members. Jerry.
Why did you become an ordained minister?
It was one of the best things I've ever done. My daughter was getting married, and I don't know where she got the idea from, but she asked me if I would marry her and her husband, who are still together. And since then, I've performed weddings for my son as well, and 2 of my nephews.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cindy.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Darrell. Just a little more detail on the 94 offenses. You have a misdemeanor criminal damage to property, and then you raised the battery to the law enforcement officer. Those were in Marathon County. What were the circumstances? What was the level of the crime? Can you talk more about that?
Some friends came up, some old friends that I went to high school with, and we went out for the night, and I made the mistake of driving when I shouldn't have, and I got pulled over, and for the most part I cooperated, but when I was put in the back seat of the squad car, I guess you could say I was probably on edge at the time because, well, that's alcohol has that effect sometimes on people. I started arguing with the officer and I tried to get out of the back seat of the car, and that's when the door handle broke. And that would be the criminal damage to property. And because I tried doing that, another officer was called to the scene and they had to wrestle me to the ground to bring me in.
Okay. And you were 21 at the time?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Delro. I think that covers it. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gina Fountain. Ms. Fountain.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay. 22 years ago, I was charged with felon in possession of a firearm prior to a crime. I legally purchased a weapon. I transferred it through someone that was a transfer person. My son was with me. My right hand gave out due to the carpal tunnel. I dropped the box. My son picked it up, put it in the vehicle for me. I was later, about 5 minutes later, pulled over. I told my license was suspended. However, I ended up with this charge. I served 3 years probation. I had never been in any trouble with the law prior to this. And with this last 22 years, I've never been in trouble with the law since. The reason I'm asking for a pardon is because over the years, I've run up against brick walls with certain jobs I haven't been able to get due to them running a background check. Housing, I haven't been able to get. I was denied for because of the felony on my record. I'm almost 60 now, which means I'm going into my senior years. And I think with this felony on my record, I may continuously be denied for adequate housing or any programs that I may qualify for a few years down the line. I've also have been unable to go to certain family celebrations because those homes are gun owners, and I don't want them to get in any trouble if something happened and I was there and the police had to come. Then they could potentially get a charge of felon in possession of a firearm prior to a crime because I'm there. I also would love to go back into child care. And I would like to become a notary. And with the background checks, is going to be a problem to do either one for me.
Thank you, Ms. Fountain. I will open up to other questions from the board members. Jerry.
Ms. Fountain, you bought this gun legally from a licensed firearm dealer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at the time, you already had a pistol, but you said you wanted a long gun for more protection. Is that right?
The long gun was supposed to go up on the wall under the flag with that I received when my father passed away. I'm pointing this way because it's on the wall. I intended to have the transfer guy take it and make it where it couldn't be fired later on. And I was going to get a case to put it up on the wall with the flag.
Okay. That, I think in your application, you said you wanted it for self-protection.
At the time I did, but it was my intention later on down the line when I came up with a little bit more money, to switch it out and make it where it could no longer be fired.
Okay. But when you bought the gun, it was a real gun.
It was a real gun. No,
Right,
it had not
okay.
been altered yet.
Right. And can you tell us why you chose to get an AK-47 for self-protection?
As I said, it was originally for protection, but at the same time, I had in my mind that I was going to have that gun disabled where I could put it on the wall under my father's flag. My father had been in the military, and I intended to put that up on the wall. But at the same time, I was in a situation where I had been abused, and this guy's family were threatening me. So, yeah,
So
I wanted
you
some
you
extra.
wanted at the time you bought it, you wanted a real gun.
Yes.
Okay. And an AK-47 is kind of an unusual gun. Where were you going to get ammunition for that gun?
I was gonna go to the gun store and see if I can get ammunition for it.
But you didn't know that going in.
I didn't know. I was
Okay.
due to being abused the way that I was and being threatened the way that I was. I needed to protect myself at any cost. I'm 5'1". I'm too little to fight. I'm too little to be getting beat up on. So my mind at the time was I need to protect myself as well as my two daughters by any means necessary.
Okay. So did you think about getting any other kind of gun? Long gun?
No, that was the only one that I thought about.
So you absolutely wanted to get an AK-47?
I absolutely wanted to get a longer gun. I hadn't really deep dived into what kind of different guns there was as far as long guns. That was the first thing that came up when I looked for a gun. It was within my budget, and I bought it.
Okay. And did you know at the time that it could fire 40 rounds a minute?
I can't remember how many shells it would let off per minute. That was 22 years ago. So at the time, right now, thinking back, I can't remember how many shells it said it would fire.
And it can fire 40 rounds a minute, but did you know you were buying a gun that could fire that many shells in a minute, that many rounds in a minute? Was that part of what you wanted the gun for?
No, I just simply wanted some protection. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted something that would scare my abuser. That is what I wanted.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have two questions, Ms. Fountain. Why would you bring your felon son with you to a gun dealer and to purchase a gun when he couldn't be around weapons?
We were actually on our way to the movie theater to pick up movie tickets that night when the transfer person called me, which the movie theater was not that far from his house. My son was already with me. It wasn't my intention to bring him. The guy had changed the time and date twice before that. So with me being on that side of town already, I didn't think anything of it. Let me go ahead and grab my gun and be on my way. So it was never my intention to bring my son with me. It just so happened that the dealer called me while I was on his side of town, and I went to go pick my gun up.
No. Well, you could have made other arrangements, I assume, but you
If
didn't.
I didn't, and that was my fault. I as a result, I got a charge.
Right. Okay. My second question, as you know, as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged, it's not required, but they're encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
First of all, I have no friends at all. I don't go to church anymore. I haven't been in church in 17 years. So to have someone give me a recommendation for that, I didn't have that. I have left the state of Wisconsin. I don't even live there anymore. I've been gone for 17 years. And where I'm at now, I have no friends. My family, I've been away from them for 17 years because I'm afraid to go around them because I don't want them to get in any trouble. So I sit here in Indiana on an island by myself,
Okay.
unable to go to any family gatherings for the simple fact if something was to happen, they own guns. I don't want them to walk a mile in my shoes. So I stay away from everyone.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
Judge Carmers.
So just so I understand, you believe you were wrongly charged and wrongly convicted in this case, right?
You say, do I believe that?
Yeah. You believe you were wrongly charged and wrongly convicted, correct?
I would never say that I was wrongly charged or wrongly convicted.
Well,
What
you
happened
took it
happened.
to a jury trial and then you got convicted and then you appealed that. So that sounds to me like you don't believe you should have been charged and shouldn't have been convicted.
The reason all of that happened is because when I was pulled over, I was told my license was suspended, which was not so. This happened on a Friday night. I went to traffic court on Monday. My license was not suspended. So therefore, what they did by stopping me, searching my vehicle, taking the gun out of the trunk and charging me, that's why I appealed the decision. As well as the DA that tried my case in court said it was a BS case and she really didn't want to try it.
How many other guns have you bought from this dealer?
I bought 2.
2 other ones besides this
Yes.
one?
Yes.
Do you still have those guns? Or
No.
Did you have those guns at the time?
When the ATF guy drove me in my car to my home, he got my 380 from me. The DA had my 9mm because I fired a shot in the air when threatened in the city of Milwaukee. So the district attorney had my gun.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry, you want to quickly wrap us up?
Yeah, you were gonna get this as a tribute to your father?
Yes, my father was in the military.
And what branch was your father in?
My father had been in the Army.
Okay, and why did you want a Russian rifle to honor your father?
I don't know what kind of gun, where it's manufactured, anything about like that. I just know that in the movies I seen in the Army, they had these big old long guns, and me being naive about guns, I decided on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bowden. I appreciate you taking the time to answer all our questions today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You as well.
Next up, we have Jeremy Buckholz. Mr. Buckholz. Mr. Buckholz, I can see you in the Zoom. Are you able to unmute yourself and turn your camera on?
Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh.
Hello, Mr. Buckholz.
Hello?
Yeah, could you try saying a sentence for me? Your audio seems a little catchy.
How are you today?
Okay, I think it will be good enough that we'll be able to hear you. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
I don't even know where to start.
We're gonna ask you to spend
I know
3
I was
minutes
charged
speaking.
with breaking and entering.
I was just gonna say, we're gonna ask you to start by speaking to those 3 questions we sent you in advance for about 3 minutes, and then we'll open it up to other questions.
All right, so the charges I was against were breaking and entering to a dwelling party to a crime. I did that when I was 19 or 20, somewhere in there. The charges, I did 9 years probation, and I think it was a year in jail. I did work for Dodge County. I did do washing their cars. I painted the jailhouse, and I helped build a new Huber for them. Community service, I really didn't do because after I got out, I kind of put all my attention towards my kids. I got divorced from my first wife, and then I got remarried to my wife I have now. We have 5 kids together now. I got rid of most of all the people I used to talk to. I got new friends. Always staying busy at work. I got let go of probation early because she said that I was just a waste of time. I don't even know. I'm sorry, I get nervous when I talk to people.
That's okay, Mr. Buckles. Take your time.
The third one was, why do I think I need a pardon? I waited this long because my dad was taking all my kids out hunting, and it's a passion of the family to do. He kind of passed away 4 years ago, so my younger kids still want to go hunting. I like to keep it in the family tradition of doing it. And yes, and like in the past, I've tried for different jobs and been denied for being a felon. I like to get better jobs, but most of it's factory work where they look back 5-10 years and that's about it. That I haven't got new cases or anything like that. I mean, do I feel bad for what I did back then? Yes, I did. Did I help the cops out with the stuff that I did wrong? Yes, I told them what I did. I think the felony charges because I had a knife on my side. And I think that's about it.
Sounds good, Mr. Buchholz. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Does anyone have questions? Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, sir. So you committed 3 burglaries, just so we're clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do this?
I was young and dumb in the wrong kind of crowds. They made it sound fun and interesting, and I'm not gonna lie about it. It was stupid. I was dumb.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Buchholz. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Like I said, I kind of pulled away from a lot of people after I got into trouble. That way I try to stay on the narrow path. I dropped down to like 4 friends and mostly my family and work.
Okay, so why didn't you ask any of them? Your family, your employer, volunteer work, neighbors? There's a lot of people you could ask.
Well, most of it was mostly family, so I didn't want to make it sound like I was just having my family members telling that I changed and all that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Buchholz. Appreciate it, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Daniel Schuler.
Skyler, actually.
Skylar, I'm sorry, I was way off.
Yes, ma'am.
And I am.
That's okay. I get that a lot.
Judge Kremers is recused from your application, so you'll see him go off camera. He won't be participating in questioning. So just wanted to explain that to you, but we're ready to hear from you.
Okay. Just have a statement. 33 years ago in 1992, I committed the offense of burglary party to a crime. For the charge itself, I served 5 years probation and paid my restitution and was released. The background on how I got myself in that position, I was actually terminated from this gas station, the same gas station that I was charged with for the burglary. I had been working a third shift at the station when two male individuals attempted to rob the station and assaulted me with a 2x4, splitting my eye wide open, needing stitches. I defended myself, scared them off, and later they were arrested by Greenfield Police Department for the attempted robbery. Next day I returned to work, patched up from the injury, and the owner terminated me for my actions stopping the robbery. Company policy said, as a war veteran and things being very black and white at the time in my mind, I truly didn't understand that and couldn't comprehend this decision to let me go. So after being fired, I wanted to get back at the owner for terminating me for what I thought was right by protecting the business from being robbed. I was angry that I lost my job, and on top of that, the medical bills from the assault were not being paid by the owner. On my 22-year-old wisdom or lack thereof at the time, I decided to retaliate against the owner and was arrested.
Has everyone else lost Mr. Skylar? Okay. Let's give it a minute. Hopefully his Wi-Fi picks back up. Oh, no. Mr. Skylar, can you still hear us?
Okay, perfect. Can you guys hear me? Okay,
You're back,
perfect.
yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry, it's been kicking me off here and there. And again, I decided to retaliate against the owner and again was charged for the burglary party to a crime. Looking back now, I definitely was not thinking clearly during that time in my life for numerous reasons relating back to fitting back into civilian society. My thought process and alcohol abuse at the time was not helping. I was very angry and confused individual back then after leaving the military. I regret the harm that it caused the owner of the business. Now having my own businesses over the years, I can understand why I was terminated. After the incident, I entered regular counseling with the VA and attended numerous AA meetings to address the post-military issues and addictions I was dealing with. Met some amazing older veterans during that time that helped me get back on track and accept that I had some issues I needed to work through. Since the conviction, I've been gainfully employed for over 30 years in the financial industry, including mortgage counseling, debt collection management, financial counseling, and bankruptcy law. I think I've served on 4 juries since then, and I think I was a foreman on 2 of them. I'm a proud father of 2 young girls and just celebrated in November being in my home for 30 years.
All right, I'm going to give it just another second to see if we get Mr. Skylar back.
Edgar is on as well. I just turned his camera on, and I'm going to pass him over to you guys.
Oh,
Can you hear
great.
me?
We'll be ready to hear from you in just a second, Mr. Birdsong.
Thank you.
All right, I am so sorry. The AT&T fiber they just switched me to is supposed to be faster, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So I think I left off at being a proud father, being in my house for now. This November, I celebrated 30 years. I weekly volunteer at my church, as well as I make it a habit to speak to other discharged veterans struggling to guide them in the best direction for care with the VA. Using my church and my work as a platform to directly open conversations with them. Now at 55, I'm older and I think a little wiser. I currently manage a small debt relief bankruptcy law firm, and the only thing that matters in my life, honestly, is my 2 daughters and my relationship with God and his path for me. My life hasn't been perfect. I'm not perfect, but I know I've done my best to become a productive member of society. I live by the attitude is gratitude motto now. I mostly love spending time with my daughters and doing fun things like movies, fishing, and hiking, and going to the water park in the Wisconsin Dells during the summer with them. But most days I'm actually spending 6 days a week.
Okay, if we can get Mr. Schuyler back here, I'm just going to go ahead and open up to questions from the board so that we can hopefully get through anything else that we need to discuss with him. If the pattern serves, he'll reappear in a moment here. There we go.
I am so sorry this keeps happening.
That's okay.
Technology.
I think you've covered a lot of what we asked in those questions. So if it's already, you guys want to open it up to any follow-up questions the board has for you?
Sure. The only thing is, you guys didn't ask me why I wanted to.
Oh no. Okay, Mr. Schuyler, if you can hear me, why don't you come back with your video off and we'll see if that'll work a little bit better.
All right, shoot the questions away.
All right. My only question for you, Mr. Schuyler, is about your, I think it's a 2001 arrest, domestic abuse incident. Can you tell us what's happening there?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very bad divorce I went through with my first wife. She was living in my home at the time, and honestly, I just pled a deal with, I believe it was Waukesha County, I thought.
Okay, well, our plan of doing no video did not help. We'll give it just another minute, see if we can get it back.
Hopefully you can still hear me, and you caught
There
that
we
answer.
go. Yes, we lost you at bad divorce.
Yeah, that's what it was. That statement from her was actually incorrect. And again, I was advised by my attorney at the time to plead to the case to avoid a trial and all the other headache with it. But unfortunately, it is what it is, and I'm no longer married to that young lady.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schuyler. I think that covers all our questions for you. Congratulations for surviving the gauntlet here. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for taking the time to listen and consider my application. Have a great day and a Merry Christmas coming up, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Mr. Birdsong, we have been eagerly awaiting hearing from you. If you're able to unmute yourself and turn your video on.
Hello, I am Mr. Birdsong's neighbor. He just ran to get his glasses, and here he comes through the door right now. Here he is. Okay, here you go.
Hello,
I'm
Mr.
here.
Birdsong. Are you aware of the questions we're asking you to speak to, or would you like me to repeat them?
No, I'm okay.
All right, go right ahead then.
What? No, I'm waiting on you to ask me something, I guess.
Okay, we are going to ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in
Pardon me?
advance.
Huh?
We're going to ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in advance of the hearing. So telling us what your offense was that you're seeking a pardon for, how your sentence went, what you've done since, how your life is different now, and then finally, third, why you're seeking a pardon and why the governor should grant you one.
Okay, so you want me to speak to those things that you just asked me?
Yeah, for about 3 minutes, and then we'll do other questions.
Okay, first question was, you
because I don't have the questions in front of me, and I'm not that tech savvy to me to bring it up on my phone. I'm seeking a pardon for identity theft. Do you want me to explain how I came about this charge?
Yes, just very briefly.
Yes, it was a dark period in my life where I was using drugs, alcohol. This guy coming by my house, noticed that I didn't have a telephone. He asked me, did I want a telephone? He said, my girl will hook you up. I said, okay, fine. All right. So I really thought that she worked for Marbell Telephone Company or something, which I know is not right, but turns out that wasn't the case. And it was a citizen and so I got the charge of identity theft. I regret that I did that totally, but that's where I'm at with that. And I haven't had any problem in, I don't know, 20, 30 years since this happened. I haven't had any contact with the police or whatever. And, I'm 76 years old now. I don't expect that I'm going to be doing too much or nothing to try to break the law. So I don't know if that was long enough for you, whatever, but it's truthful statement. So
that's perfect, Mr. Birdsong. One question that I think we have for you is you report attending and chairing an AA group in your application. But I see you have a 2015 OWI. So when did you get sober? Was it right after that OWI?
Yes. Yes.
And have you had any relapses since?
I got sober in 2016.
2016. Okay. And have you had any relapses since then?
Absolutely none. I still just stopped chairing the meeting a few months ago, but I still attend meetings on a regular basis. And I have, by the grace of God, I have quite a few people that kind of lean on me, look up to me in that area for guidance.
Excellent.
So I attend church on a regular basis, so I've gotten married since then. So, my life has changed drastically.
Indeed. All right, board members, other questions for Mr. Birdsong? Cindy.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Birdsong. So I want to go back to the original crime. I mean,
Okay.
you knew that you were getting phone service that was not legitimate, correct?
I did. Yes, correct. I did.
Okay. I just want to confirm that because the criminal complaint makes that very clear, but in your statement in your application a little bit today, you talked about some guy walked by, noticed you didn't have a phone and wanted to help
Not
you.
walk by. He was in my apartment. He was in my house.
Okay. But you knew it
Yeah.
wasn't legit. It was under
I
someone
knew it
else's.
wasn't legit.
Okay. Great.
Yes,
Great. That's where we start, right? People accepting responsibility for what they do.
absolutely. Absolutely.
And then you said today that, that was the last time you hadn't had any other run-ins with law enforcement.
No, I have not.
2005, misdemeanor possession of cocaine.
That was during the same time that
3 years later.
Excuse me, how long?
3 years after this offense.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, it was still during a dark period in my life when I was using and drinking,
Okay.
Misdemeanor. What happened was actually I went and got drugs for the police, so that's the way they worded it, whatever that was, that charge, however you said that just then. I can't quote
The possession of cocaine?
Yes.
It was a misdemeanor. Yeah.
Okay.
But you were convicted of it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then you had the OWI in 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And now you've been sober the last 10 years.
It'll be 10 years come June 1st.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Birdsong. I think that covers everything from us. Appreciate your time and you working through the tech issues. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Okay, thank you. When would can you give me some ideas to when I might no, yay or nay?
Yep, you'll hear in about a month to 2 months from the office. If you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to just reach out to that email address that scheduled the hearing today.
By via email, that's how that's how you'll let me know?
You'll get an email and a letter.
Okay, email and a letter. Okay, thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry that it was so difficult for us to get to this point, but boy, was I totally frustrated. But thank God for my neighbor to come to my rescue.
We got
Because I
through it.
would need to wait for these 2 years practically, to try to get this, and all of a sudden, because of my ignorance and my inability to be able to access this, the court through the technology that I'm not aware of. I hate to miss out. So thank God for my neighbor, and thank you for the time.
Yeah, please give him our thanks. Thank you so much.
Yes. Bye-bye.
All right, Jordan Vargas is our next applicant. Mr. Vargas.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Vargas. I'm 35 years old, a father of 4, and I've been a resident of Kenosha for the last 21 years. Today, I'm seeking a pardon for the residential burglary I committed in February of 2007. On the day of the crime, 2 friends and I deliberately broke into a home we knew would be empty. We entered through the back door, took a laptop and other things. We later sold them to buy drugs and alcohol. At the time, I was selfish and I wasn't thinking about who I would affect. In 2007, I received a withheld sentence of 12 and a half years and was placed on 4 years probation. I also received an additional 4 months with fewer privileges for school. My probation was rocky. I had multiple violations, including one in late 2010 when I would receive a DUI in Illinois. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I was pulled over after leaving a Thanksgiving gathering. I hid it from my probation officer in fears of going to prison. In July of 2011, she found out anyway, and I was put in jail. And she revoked me on my separate battery case to which I was serving probation concurrently. I received time served, which allowed me to get out and finish my felony probation. Since the completion of my sentence in 2011, I obtained an HVAC degree from Gateway, where I met the mother of my children. We separated after my first child, and during that time, I fathered my daughter. We reunited in 2016, and I welcomed 2 more with her. We've had some recent separation, but we have co-parented effectively during those times. Since then, I worked on numerous jobs with Culver Installations nationwide. After that, at my local Amazon. From there, I worked for Instacart for the majority of last year. This year, I worked for a property management company. Excuse me, I lost track. A property management company, LER Management, before leaving due to personal reasons. Before I move on, I would like to address the victims of this case. I deeply regret the harm I caused you, and I take full responsibility for my actions. A home is supposed to be a place where you feel safe. A home is supposed to be a place where you can escape anxiety. A home is supposed to be a place where you feel protected. And I made your home feel like a house with no blinds. And I'm sorry. I truly am. And I would also like to understand, and I'd also like the board to understand that my crime not only affected the victims, but the community. I now understand how a crime like this could put a neighborhood on edge. So I apologize. I did reach out to the son on Sunday and ask for his forgiveness. He did show me grace, and I thank him for that. I believe I should be considered for a pardon because I've shown accountability for my actions and real personal development. I value life. I value family, friendship, and community. I'm a good person at heart, and I'm always looking in the mirror with the magnifying glass, striving to be the best version of myself. And for the last 15 years, I've helped raise 4 children, worked honest jobs, and I've been a productive member of my community. I kept my record clean since the completion of my sentence. No new charges, no restraining orders, a few traffic tickets, but those are paid in full. A pardon will give me a chance at meaningful employment in the HVAC field and show I am not a liability, which will allow me to better provide for my family. I've shown I can be trusted. I've shown real lasting change. I know a pardon won't erase my past, but it will provide me a future. So today, I am asking the board to please vote in favor of my application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vargas. So are you currently employed, sir?
I'm back at Instacart doing gig work.
Is that full-time employment?
Oh, it's 1099.
Okay.
So, it's as like I said, I have a son with autism that requires, me to be flexible. He gets off school early on Fridays, and sometimes, you got to pick him up from school, and, I got to be flexible. And also, my partner, her mom had recently had a stroke. So, we're just, life's throwing life at us, and we got to be flexible. And, that job was a good job, the last one I had, and it was the most money I ever made. And, money isn't everything.
Thank you.
Other questions? Judge Grumers.
Good afternoon, sir. Got a couple of questions.
Sure.
Looks like your probation was revoked in 2011. And why was it revoked?
It was revoked for the DUI that I stated in my statement.
Yep. And then the other question I have is, in 2007, it looks like you were charged with a substantial battery in Kenosha County. That case was ultimately dismissed, but what did that case involve? What was going on there?
I did plead no contest, and if you would allow me to explain why I did, then I'd tell you about it.
Yeah, sure.
First, I want to acknowledge that this is a setting where you show accountability and remorse for your victims. So first, I want to say that I understand that that a crime like this, and not only the physical harm that it can cause, but the emotional harm. When you wake up the next day with, you see the marks on your face, you look in the mirror, you feel defeated. You go outside, you feel embarrassed. So you isolate and you relive what happened over and over. So I want to say that before I get into it, but when my lawyer came and he had the criminal complaint, the burglary, and he had the substantial battery, and he said, "Did you do it?" And at first I was taken aback by the question. And I said, "I did this. As far as the criminal complaint for the burglary, was a substantial battery, this is not what happened. No, this is not what happened. And what happened was I owed the man money for a debt. I was supposed to get him some marijuana, and I was selfish. I kept the money. That's who I was at the time. And he threw the first punch, and my lawyer said, okay. So we went to preliminary, and when I was outside of preliminary, the sheriffs are there. They said, "Man, you must have did something bad." I said, "Why is that?" And he's like, "That's Robert Zaff. It's the DA." And the closing of preliminary, he had a 10 years on there worth of enhancers, like it was nothing. So we went for a trial, and during that, the private investigator uncovered the truth. Statements were rewrote, and we were set to go to trial. The DA said they weren't ready. So we said again, and they passed it off to an ADA. He said he wasn't familiar. And then for the third time, I was already ending towards the end of my burglary sentence, and they came at the 11th hour with a plea I couldn't deny.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would also like to say, with that ultimately became my lifeline. It's funny how life works, because that kept me from going back in front of the judge. And I want to thank Lisa Swartz and the DOC for recognizing that my life was on a trajectory not of a criminal, but of someone I just wanted to put this in a rearview mirror.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Our next applicant this afternoon is Michael Hafner. Mr. Hafner?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can. Yep. All set to turn it over to you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I'm requesting a pardon for my burglary of a building to a dwelling back in this, July of 2002. I was hanging out with the wrong crowd at the time. Went to a party with them, and one thing led to another, and I just made a lot of bad mistakes, and I really apologize to the Lions Club that it happened at. I was very young, very, very much of an idiot, or excuse the language, at that age. Didn't know what right from wrong. I'm also applying for a pardon for operating a motor vehicle without the owner's consent. That one also was within a 6-month period of the last charge. I don't make any excuses for what happened. I did take the car. I noticed that the keys are in it. I had no one around to communicate with. My family was not talking to me at the time, and I thought it was a good decision at the time, and now I know it was a very horrible decision, and I wish I could go back but I know obviously that won't happen. That's why I'm hoping the pardon would help me. Since my conviction, I have gone back to school. I've got a degree in welding, machine operating, blueprinting. Been doing that ever since. I've had the great opportunity with the employer I've had now to progress from working out on the shop floor to now managing his purchasing throughout the whole company. It's a great undertaking, and I owe him a lot of gratitude because he's helped me out, given me rides to work ever since, from jail to the job. And I think that from then, I would say I also got married and then also divorced after 12 years of marriage, had 2 wonderful kids. I'm very big into hunting and fishing with them. I just took them out this last bow hunting. My daughter got a nice deer. I'm very skillful in trying to show them between right and wrong, and where I've come from and the things that can happen and what you have to do to get out of it to show what it takes.
Thank you, Mr. Hafner.
Thank you.
We'll open up to other questions from the board. Board members? Eric?
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today.
Yes, sir.
I have 2 questions that are just about some dismissed charges that come up later after these felonies. And so the first set looks like it's in 2014, misdemeanor disorderly conduct, misdemeanor invasion of privacy. Again, these get dismissed, but I was wondering if there was anything else you could tell the board about what was going on there.
So from when I had to hire an attorney, because it was a case of mistaken identity, the person that was soon to be or found was in the apartment buildings down away from me. And from what I understand, they had caught the guy, so that's why the case was dismissed. So.
Okay. And then in 2016, there's also dismissed charges, both felony and misdemeanor counts with domestic abuse incident modifiers.
Mhm.
Is there anything about that one that you could tell
Yeah, that
us?
was my first round of divorce with my now ex-wife. We were going through some hard times. We just had our daughter, and I just had stomach surgery, and a lot of mix with medications that I was on did not make me who I was. I regret everything I've ever said to her. I mean, her and I now have a great relationship. Even I have a great relationship with her new husband. They just had a daughter just recently. The things between her and I back then, I mean, we were living at my parents and we just weren't getting along. There's a lot of animosity coming home from work. We got back together a short period of time after that. She apologized, and she even contacted the district attorney to talk about all the charges, because that she had talked or said. And I don't know what was said between them, but the district attorney basically had dropped the charges because Lindsay wanted to get back together with me. And then we had we had a son shortly thereafter. That was great. But then 2 years later, we then get divorced. She met a guy that she works with. And like I said, we all have a great relationship together. I can't say it was just a bad timing of our lives that caused the emotions between us that it would happen, but that was, the past. And her and I have been really great together. So,
All right. Thank you for your responses.
thank you.
Other questions from board members? Okay, I think that covers it, Mr. Hafner. Appreciate your time, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lamar Hall. Mr. Hall?
Can you hear me?
We can. We cannot yet see you.
Just 1 second, please. Okay. There you are. No?
It looks like it may be a physical issue with your camera. So if you'd like, Mr. Hall, we can just proceed with audio only.
Sure. Okay. So let's start with the explanation of my offenses. Let's first to say I take full responsibility for the choices that I made during that time in my life. And I also recognize the severity of those actions. In 1997, I think I received my first case, which was the fleeing and eluding and possession with intent. I had this bright idea that I was going to come to Wisconsin from New York, and I was going to be a drug dealer because my dad had passed away here. He was addicted to drugs. I was kind of left homeless in Milwaukee. And so some type of way inside of my mind, one of my friends told me, he said, well, you could be a drug dealer with me and I'll start you out. And so he had loaned me some of his drugs and we were riding around in his car, and the police pulled up on us. He jumped out of the car and ran into the store. I took off with the car, which was a very dangerous act. Put a lot of people in harm's way. I was eventually apprehended by the police and charged with the possession with intent, and I received an imposed and stayed sentence. And, that was my first day of being a drug dealer, so that didn't work out well. Then I went to Madison, thinking that I had met a guy named Ron Dane, and me and him was friends from upstate New York. And he had invited me to Wisconsin University to try to get on a football team as a redshirt freshman. I went up there and I found out that I couldn't just go to Wisconsin University. It was a series of things that I had to do, and I had to have the grades and everything else in order to get in. So the alternative was Wisconsin was a JUCO college. It was called Wisconsin Business College, I believe. It was Wisconsin Business Junior College, ran by a guy named Chancellor Charles Wilkerson. Once they got our financial aid, the school soon disappeared. And so I found myself in a desperate situation again. While I was there, I gave control over myself to a person that was my significant other at the time, because I had no place to stay and I was staying with her. We got into some verbal arguments. Those verbal arguments led into us having some interactions with the cars in the street. And then I eventually was convicted of battery to her. So yeah, those are the first couple things that went on my record that served to revoke my probation, landed me in jail into 2000. I think the year 2000, I landed myself in prison. And at the time that I was getting ready to get out of prison in 2000, they came to me with the battery cases and told me if I was to plead guilty to those, then I would be able to be released. And, I had no intention of ever going back to prison ever again. So it was a no-brainer for me. Plus, I did play a part in some of the things that went on. Even if everything wasn't the truth, I played a major part inside of everything that went on. My aggressive nature, my attitude, just everything. I really had no constraints. I didn't come from a place where I had any father figures or any person to show me. I came here to Milwaukee to be with my dad because my mom was a victim of a domestic violence relationship. I had to use my violence in order to stop her boyfriend from attacking her, but then was kicked out of her house. And so I ended up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as a result, trying to chase after my father. Hopefully I had a better home. But when I got here, he was addicted to crack real bad. He would go on binges for 3 to 4 weeks at a time, 6 weeks at a time. And I couldn't find him anymore at one particular point. And then he eventually died within a year of me being here. So yeah, these convictions occurred during a time where I was struggling personally, and I really lacked direction. There have been some other hiccups, but not to this extent since then. But they've been things that helped grow me personally. I've dedicated myself to personal change and personal growth, and also to community engagement to ensure that I not only move past my past history, but I actively contribute to the well-being of other people. So since then, following my convictions, that period served as a major turning point in my life. So I realized that my past actions were a reflection of what I was struggling from internally, like including the absence of a strong, stable male role model in my life. Since then, I've committed myself to transforming my life to become that stable presence that I once lacked for other young men. Professionally, I own and operate a construction business.
If you could limit your remarks to another couple lines here, I want to make sure that we're able to get to any other questions that the board has for you. But if you want to quickly wrap up, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Let me see. I was telling you that since then, professionally right now, I own a general contracting business. At the time of this application, I was still a handyman. I've gotten a real estate salesperson's license, a real estate, I've worked as a processor, a real estate loan officer, a myriad of different things. And my dedication to turning things around is further demonstrated by the ongoing mentorship. So right now we're doing mentorship with the kids to help them learn the construction trades and also help them learn how to repair their credit and to protect their finances. I volunteer my time and I share my life experiences and emphasizing the importance of making positive choices and securing employment and building strong family foundations. I want to be a foster parent so that I'm the person that the at-risk youth can come to before they make a transition into the community, and we're able to give them a better, some nurturing parenting before they're exposed to the community, and they don't have to go through the same things that I might have went through.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Hall.
Yes, sir.
The District Attorney's Office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application.
Yeah.
The final decision will be up to Governor Evers, but how did their support make you feel?
Well, I mean, the combination of all these efforts and my demonstration, my commitment to the community betterment. After receiving a letter from the DA in support of my application, I was just livid. I got the letter, and the first thing I thought, what did I do? And it was totally opposite of that. And it went to reinforce my belief in true rehabilitation, not in just self-esteem, but self-actualization and actively seeking to help others, especially impacted by my past actions.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge Cremers.
Sir, did you get a restraining order placed against you in 2006?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. It was a restraining order. I believe it was. I believe there was a restraining order in 2006. It was one for Rebecca Ginrich.
I don't know the name of the petitioner,
Okay.
but okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. There was.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. That covers it from us. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks for your time.
Our next applicant is Tawana Burris. Ms. Burris.
Hello.
Ms. Burris, we've got a bad echo.
I'm here.
She have her
Do you have
phone
some-
on?
Yeah, do you have some external speakers or you joined from a phone as well?
Yes, I have my tablet and my phone.
Okay, can you mute the sound on one of them just so we don't get such an echo?
Okay.
Do you want to try speaking for us again?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we've still got that echo. If you can take one of your devices out of the Zoom meeting, I think that would help.
Okay.
Oh,
How about now?
that sounds better. Perfect. All right, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, good afternoon and happy holidays to the Pardon Board Committee. I am going to read my answers to the 3 questions asked of me for my hearing. First of all, my brief introduction. My name is Tawana Michelle Burris. I am a 65-year-old believer in God, a mother of 3 children, 5 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, a homeowner of the family home that I grew up in. I'm an aneurysm and stroke survivor, disabled senior citizen that is a positive influence in my community. I love my family, neighbors, friends, and people everywhere. Also, I'm a resigned corrections officer. Okay, question number 1. Brief summary of offense and how the sentence went. On September the 18th, 2010, my daughter and I went to visit my cousin Michael King to discuss and rectify a family matter that his sister called to inform me of, which involved my sons. It wasn't the first time that an incident occurred with Mike and my son. I was always able to resolve issues in order to make peace among everyone. I was unable to correct this problem. After leaving Mike's apartment, he called MPD and told them I offered him money not to go to court. I was arrested the same night as I left home to go to work for attempt bribery to a witness. I hired an incompetent lawyer, not knowing she was being investigated by the Justice Department and banned from practicing law in federal court. Her name, Attorney Bridget Boyle Saxton, who assured me she would win my case and get my job back, which was my biggest concern if I paid her $7,000, which I did. We went to trial. I was found guilty, sentenced to a year in Racine County Jail and a year probation with community service. I hired another attorney for the same fee to appeal my case, which was denied. Question number 2. What have I done since the completion of my sentence? The first thing I did after being released from RCJ was drive to Oklahoma to get my father and move him, to Milwaukee. Excuse me, please. To live with me because he was diagnosed with dementia during my confinement. Next, I enrolled in MATC for business management, but had to quit because my pops would call me saying he fell. I needed to be with him at all times. Later, he moved into a residential home for the elderly, where he passed away. I then took several different jobs. I worked as an in-home caregiver and driver for a transportation service. I have participated in political canvassing, attended church functions, concerts, and gatherings with family and friends. I have attended 2 granddaughters' high school graduations from my alumni, which is Rufus King, both receiving full paid scholarships to college, one for basketball and the other for track. I have traveled out of state to attend basketball games and track meets. I watched my granddaughter on TV win the basketball championship for George Mason University, receive a championship ring, and graduate college, Stetson University, in DeLand, Florida, which I attended. I also observed my younger son graduate Springfield College. I have witnessed my older son purchase a mansion with a jacuzzi inside and a large swimming pool outside. I am blessed and highly favored to experience such greatness in my family. I currently have a membership at the YMCA that I attend, which help keep me strong, healthy, and in good shape. Most of all, I have been traveling, visiting family members, and networking occasionally. I can truly say I am living my best life in my golden years. Question number 3, last and final. A brief statement of why I believe I should receive a pardon. I should receive a pardon because I made a mistake that I paid the full price for and learned a great deal from. I accept full responsibility for my actions. I am not perfect, nor am I a bad person. I believe I deserve a second chance to have a clean slate, entering into the next chapter of my life. Thank you all very much for considering making my life better.
Thank you, Ms. Burris. Questions from the board? Judge Carmers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burris.
Good afternoon.
I just want to be clear, when you went to talk to this relative of yours, you were trying to convince him not to testify against your son, is that right?
I was trying to make peace amongst the family.
Okay.
Because a situation like that had happened once before. So I just wanted peace for the family because I believe family is very important and family should stick together. But sometimes you have to cut some family members loose. They're just not to be in your life.
Okay. And you offered him money not to testify against your son?
No, I never offered him money.
So you don't think you were guilty of attempting to bribe him?
I never offered him money. I take full responsibility. I shouldn't have went to his house.
But you didn't do any, according to you, you didn't do anything wrong. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, I did do something wrong. I went to his house to talk to him about rectifying the family situation, which I shouldn't have this time.
You didn't offer him anything or try and convince him by giving something to
I promise I did not offer him money. No, sir, I did not.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? All right, I think that covers it then, Ms. Burris. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much. You all do the same.
Thank you. Next up, we have Colin Jones. Mr. Jones.
Everybody, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, awesome, great. Thanks for having me. Again, my name is Colin Jones. I'm seeking a pardon for conviction I had back in 1990, 91 era. The first charge was possession with intent to deliver cocaine. I believe I was in a car accident. I didn't have a driver's license. They searched the car, and that's how that came about. I believe, again, this is over 35 years, so if I'm missing some of the finer points, forgive me. It's some of this I'm just trying to remember. I believe I was sentenced to 9 months in Huber. So I was getting out every day working at a produce delivery. Now we didn't really work by the hour. We work more by once you get done with the job, the trucks are loaded, we're done. So this particular evening, again, I'm out on Huber. I'm a knucklehead. I would park my car around the corner, get in my car, drive. I decided to go home. So I went home and I find my lady and another guy in the house smoking crack. So I lost it. I do remember stomping on her feet. I vaguely remember maybe she might have had a bloody lip. I can't remember. I don't think she went and had any type of had to go to the hospital or anything like that. But since I was out on Huber, um, I was charged with battery, escape, and bail jumping. So I go to jail. Man, I can't even remember the outcome. More probation. I got out. I'm still not really following the rules, what I should be doing. And I ended up getting revoked. I got a 3 years for the first charge, 3 years for the second charges, 6 years. So I did 2.5. I came home in February of 1995. Immediately got a job working at Olive Garden. Never forget. And I got to give a quick shout out to Rocky Rococo's because I don't know if any of you guys remember, but when you wanted to get a job, you would always wait for that Sunday newspaper to get the classifieds. That's where all the jobs were. Not like today, the internet, what have you. But the job said you want to earn $500 a week. Now this is like 96. I'm like, yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good. So I show up and the woman, like, well, what's the job? She said, well, it's for assistant manager. I said, oh man, I don't have any experience. I don't know. Oh no, don't worry. Just they hired me. And that experience just like lifted me and made me realize like, man, you can do more than whatever else that it is that you've been doing before. Now, if I can just quickly, I know you guys are on time, right? Let me just go back. I grew up in Madison, South Madison, in the 70s, 80s. I was a African-American child, as all you can see, or man now, but I was adopted by white parents. And in the 70s and the 80s, you didn't really see a lot of that. So I could go outside, I see a lot of people that look like me, but not a lot of people that went home and had the same type of dynamics that I had. So childhood was just rough. Coming into adolescence, rough. My mother she didn't know what to do. Her and my father divorced. She ended up involving me in a CHIPS petition, which next thing I know, I got a probation officer. It was just like a downhill spiral. No male role models in my life. It just wasn't very good. Now, since getting out, I have 2 degrees. I went to Le Cordon Bleu up in the Twin Cities. I have a culinary arts degree. Um, I worked that for many years. Now I tell you, when you in food service, you're gonna work nights, holidays, weekends, high stress, low pay. That's food service for you. So I got out of that kind of, and I wanted to get into electrical, but as you can see, like a day like this, I can't go outside and twist wires in this type of weather. So I opted out of that and I ended up going to barbering school. I'm still a barber here today. I have 3 kids, 5 grandchildren. Um, um,
Mr. Jones, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we
please
support
go.
questions. So is there anything else that you want the board to know before we open it up?
Well, I would like the opportunity for a part and just, I've apologized for so long that I just want to be a regular citizen and have the same, I don't know how many jobs and housing and what other opportunities that I've had that aren't able to, that I wasn't able to achieve because of this. And I, I don't care about guns. I don't care about any of that. I just want to just live my life without having that stigma over me. That's it.
Understood.
The
Thank
floor
you.
is yours. Thank you.
Board members, any questions? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. So, are you currently employed
Yes.
and where?
It's called Marvelous Cuts. It's a barber shop, West Madison.
Okay. Is it full-time?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to go back to the offense, the second one you had, the felony bail jumping and escape and the misdemeanor battery.
Yes.
According to the criminal complaint, it all happened at Pearlie's Tavern, not at a house. Is that possible?
Okay. I do remember the incident at Pearlie's Tavern, but I don't I I mean, if you look at the dates, I don't know, this would have been like 91-ish or something.
November 1990. Police
No,
show up, they contact the victim. She says you struck her in the face 5 or 6 times. You're there. You try to convince her not to file a report, and then you run out of the bar.
yeah, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I was I don't know, whatever the situation, I was upset with her. Came in the bar, she was sitting at the table with a couple friends, and I sat down next to her and I pinched her. And there was actually a police officer at the door, and she was attempting to, you're okay, all right, now this is all coming together. Okay, good. She was attempting to like, yeah, you're under arrest. I just shifted on it and hit the door, and I left, got away. So yes, that okay, all right.
So did the battery happen before at the house and then you fled the bar, or the battery happened at the bar? Or you don't remember?
Thank you for bringing it. I totally forgot about it. No, I don't know if it seems like we're talking about 2 different times or something, because I never like struck her. I pinched her in the bar.
Okay. But earlier you said something happened at the house and she had a bloody lip.
Right. That was
Okay.
that I was in Huber at that time.
Okay.
And I was working for the company, and I left and came home early.
Okay.
And then I was I was locked up after that. So I thought that was.
So let me just ask a clarifying.
Sure.
So you don't dispute battering your girlfriend?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's all. Let's stop there.
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions from the board? Great. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Our last applicant of the day is James Barnett III. Mr. Barnett.
Hi, how's it going?
We'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Today I'm here to ask you to consider pardoning my 3 felonies. First, I would like to share a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Beloit to a single mother. Father wasn't around, impacted my life a little pretty greatly. I had five siblings. I was poor and moved houses frequently. I started getting bullied in like sixth grade because my size and my lack of clothes and shoes. In eighth grade, I joined the gang, stopped bullying, and started selling drugs to buy nice shoes and clothes. Um, Again, I had no father figure to help me steer myself in the right direction or someone to get me on the right path. And I was a little too much for my mom. As I got older, I got deeper and deeper into the gang and drug dealing life. At age 18, I dropped out of school. By age 23, I had been shot twice. And I barely worked a job longer than 6 months. My first felony was bail jumping. I was charged with reckless endangerment with a firearm, and while I was out on bail for that, I missed court date while on bail. So even though the initial charges were dropped, um, the bail jumping, I was charged with bail jumping, and I got 6 months with time served. Um, it was a very stupid and naive to miss court. I didn't think it would impact my life as much as it did, but I wasn't living a good life back then, and I shouldn't have put myself in the position to catch the initial charges to be out on bail to begin with. The next two felonies I got, they were together, and those are possession with intent to deliver THC and felon in possession of a firearm. I was selling marijuana at an early age and kind of just kept doing it, and I had no one to show me or teach me a good work ethic. So I just took the easy and lazy way out and sold drugs, which was stupid. Um, I've learned that making money legally is really the only way to do it in this life, and hard work and dedication pays off. I had the pistol because I had been shot two times in my life up to this point, and I was blind for 3 months. And after the second shooting, and I just figured, even though I knew I couldn't legally own a pistol, um, that having one on me might save my life. I was subsequently sentenced to 9 months in jail and 6 years on probation, and I finished that probation on June 2016. And since getting my felonies, I've gotten my GED. I got my CDLs. I graduated the HCTS program, which is an intense 6-week construction safety program. I mentor some kids. I got custody and placement of my sons in 2019, and that has really helped and changed my life in there for the better. And I currently work as a cement truck driver, and have been doing this for the last 7 months. Um, I'm requesting a pardon because I have taken responsibility for my past actions and worked hard to become a better person. I have made significant changes in my life, including therapy, and continue to contribute positively to my community by mentoring young men without present fathers and giving free haircuts to kids in the community, and family by being able to help them because I am financially stable and have a consistent work ethic. A pardon would allow me to fully move forward, free from the burdens from my mistakes I've learned from, and continue building a life that reflects growth, maturity, and integrity that I've shown since then. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Questions from the board? Okay, I think you covered everything. Oh, Jerry.
Did having a felony cause you problems with getting a cosmetology license?
No. Nope. Didn't have a problem with it at all.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks.
Yep, no problem.
Cindy.
I have a quick question. So, Mr. Burnett, you still live in Beloit,
Yes, ma'am.
and how have you transitioned from the gang life to, how has it been for you?
Well, it's not been too hard. It's really been just more of a birds of a feather flock together thing. I quit hanging around those type of people. Ever since I had my kids, I just started putting my energy into my family and my kids instead of putting it into doing bad things. And it became a lot easier once I was looking to stay away from things rather than, once you go to looking for trouble, you're gonna find it.
Yeah.
So the more I quit looking for trouble, the more I stopped finding it, and it quit finding me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Burnett. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, guys. Have great holidays. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Burnett was our last applicant of the afternoon session. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Treasurer Cremers, do you have a second? Cindy, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. We will go into closed and I'll ask everyone to just give us a moment to end the live stream.